Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by the Vice President of the United States.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Today I'd like to provide you with an update in our war against the coronavirus. Thanks to our comprehensive strategy and extraordinary devotion to our citizens, we've had such tremendous support all over. We continue to see encouraging signs of progress. Cases in New York area, New Orleans, Detroit, Boston, and Houston are declining. Denver, Seattle, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Nashville, Indianapolis, and St. Louis are all stable and declining. All parts of the country are either in good shape, getting better, in all cases getting better, and we're seeing very little that we're going to look at as a superseding hotspot. Things are moving along. Really a horrible situation that we've been confronted with, but they're moving along. As we express our gratitude for these hard-fought gains, however, we continue to mourn with thousands of families across the country whose loved ones have been stolen from us by the invisible enemy. We grieve by their side as one family, this great American family, and we do grieve. We also stand in solidarity with the thousands of Americans who are ill and waging a brave fight against the virus. We're doing everything in our power to heal the sick and to gradually reopen our nation and to safely get our people back to work. They want to get back to work, and they want to get back to work soon. There's a hunger for getting our country back, and it's happening faster than people would think. Ensuring the health of our economy is vital to ensuring the health of our nation. These goals work in tandem. They work side by side. It's clear that our aggressive strategy to slow the spread has been working and is saving countless lives. For those who are infected, we've taken unprecedented action to ensure they have the highest level of care anywhere in the world. The federal government has built more than 11,000 extra beds, shipped or delivered hundreds of millions of pieces of personal protective equipment, as you know. In fact, some of the people here are going to be talking about it, some of our greatest executives, some of the greatest anywhere in the world, and distributed over 10,000 ventilators. And we now have, in a very short period of time, many have been delivered and hundreds of thousands are being built. And frankly, every governor has more ventilators right now than they know what to do with. They're actually shipping them to different locations, and we're shipping some to our allies and others throughout the world because we have ventilators. Like the job that they've done in getting this very complex piece of equipment built is actually incredible. You don't hear about ventilators anymore except in a positive way. We've launched the most ambitious testing effort, likewise, on Earth. The United States has now conducted more than 5.4 million tests, nearly double the number tested in any other country, more than twice as much as any other country. Think of that. Moments ago, I came from a meeting with some of our nation's largest retailers, including Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Kroger. We're joined by the leaders of those great companies, and we also have with us the leaders from the world's top medical diagnostics companies and suppliers, Thermo Fisher, LabCorp, Quest, U.S. Cotton, and the American Clinical Laboratory Association. These are great companies. These private sector leaders, along with others such as Roche, Abbott, Becton Dickinson, Hologic, and Cepheid, have been exceptional partners in an unprecedented drive to expand the state's capabilities and our country's capabilities. The job they've done has been incredible. The testing that's been developed and being developed right now has been truly an amazing thing. I want to thank Abbott Laboratories for the job they've done. I want to thank Roche, and in particular, those two have really stepped forward. Abbott with a 5-minute test that people can take, and in 5 minutes they know what the answer is. I'd like to ask, if I could, the executives of these great companies, and they have really helped us a lot over the last 45-day period. We're talking about a 45-day period when many of us met. And since then, what Walmart and the others have done has been nothing short of amazing. So I just want to ask them to come forward and say a few words about their company. Plus, they're going to make a big contribution to our country. Please, come forward, please. Thank you. Come on up. Thanks. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for all of you for being here today. And what we'd like to talk about is the progress we made. The last time we were here was March 13th, and we've made tremendous progress. And none of that progress could be made without the 47,000 people at Quest Diagnostics that are working around the clock on working up the test and running the test and delivering the results that we need. As far as results, we've made tremendous progress. We are currently at Quest Diagnostics testing about 50,000 tests per day. We've been pushed by the task force to bring up that number. By the end of May, we'll have 100,000 tests per day, about 3 million tests, and these are the molecular tests that we do today. We've also brought up serological testing. We started that this past week, and by the end of May, we'll be close to 250,000 a day, about 7,000 a month. So you put those two numbers together, it's about 10 million tests by the end of May that we'll be doing at Quest Diagnostics. We're doing that also in a quicker way. Turnaround times were somewhat of an issue at the early days. We've reduced that to 1 to 2 days. Our turnaround time for people in beds, hospital beds, is less than 24 hours. And we're doing that in the same way we've done it with the FDA and with CLIA, delivering the quality that you all expect. And convenience will improve as well with convenient solutions that will be able to swab individuals more easily and also deliver to consumer, the ability to have consumers choose a test online with a telehealth provider. So with that, I'd like to offer my colleague the podium as well.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your leadership and for having us all here today. Our scientists and our lab technicians are working day and night in order to do as many tests as we possibly can for the American public and to turn those tests around as quickly as possible. Just 45 days ago, we said we could do several thousand tests a day. We can now do 60,000 tests a day, and we're continuing to expand that capacity every single day. In addition, our scientists are working to make testing more convenient and easier. We have the swabs now that are much smaller than the original ones that we originally launched with, but we also have the Pixel by LabCorp at-home test. That test right now is for healthcare workers on the front line and first responders, but we will be rolling that out much more broadly over the coming weeks. And we're going to roll it out with absolutely no upfront cost for the individual consumers. At the same time, we are building our capacity for serology testing. And we can currently do about 50,000 today, and we'll be able to do several 100,000 per day by the middle of May. And we're going to be working with the retailers, our colleagues that are here today, to help them as they expand their testing capabilities across the entire country. And lastly, Mr. President, we have a rather large drug development business, and we will continue to work with our colleagues in the pharmaceutical and the biotechnology industry to ensure we do everything we possibly can to enroll clinical trials fast so that we can get new treatments and potential vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you, and thank the administration for all of their collaboration to enable Thermo Fisher Scientific to be able to produce the test kits that companies like LabCorp and Quest and the public health labs around the world run. We met our original commitments of producing 5 million kits a week, and we're up to scaling that to double that in the coming weeks in terms of supporting testing around the world. I'd like to thank my 75,000 colleagues around the world for their tireless effort to make that a reality and supporting all of our customers to have the testing necessary to get America back to work.
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm John Nims with U.S. Cotton, and we are the company that is going to produce the swabs to be used in these testing kits. We have about 1,200 people in our company, and in our Cleveland operation, they have pivoted from, as you've said, the Q-tip style swab to a swab that's going to have a plastic stick with a polyester tip so that they can be assembled into these kits. Our Cleveland team has done a wonderful job with this, and they're very excited to be able to help in this effort. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Great job.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm Larry Marlowe with CVS Health, and it was just over a month ago that we opened up our first drive-through test site. And since that time, we have opened large-scale testing facilities across 5 states in partnership with the administration and working with the governors of Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Georgia, and Michigan. And these sites are enabling us to test approximately 1,000 individuals a day with real-time results. We now have a capacity to test about 35,000 individuals each week. And this afternoon, we announced plans to expand that capacity even further. Beginning in May, we will install testing capabilities in up to 1,000 CVS pharmacies. We'll be using our drive-thrus and our parking lots with swab testing. So again, you'll see that coming online in May. And we also recognize the fact that the virus is disproportionately affecting our minority communities. So we're working in partnership with organizations like the National Medical Association to bring testing and care into the traditionally underserved communities. We're also beginning to implement mobile capabilities with which to do that. And as businesses are restarting their workforce, we'll also be looking to assist them as they begin to come back to a normal operation. And finally, as my other colleagues, I just want to thank my CVS colleagues. They have done a phenomenal job in terms of helping people in many different ways, all across communities in the country. And they're part of this army of healthcare professionals and front store and first line supervisors and workers that are doing terrific things to bring our country together. And for that, we owe them a huge amount of gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the invitation to be here today. And it was just 45 days ago when we were here. I'm Richard Ashworth. I oversee Walgreens in the U.S. And I just want to start off, Larry, like you, thanking the over 200,000 Walgreens team members who are in stores every day all across America taking care of our patients and our customers, giving them essential daily needs, the prescriptions, obviously, that they need, and even COVID testing while we're here. We also announced today we'll be expanding our testing capabilities across all states, including Puerto Rico. We'll be able to triple the volume that we do now in partnership with our lab partners, and we're excited to be able to do that. We're really excited with the public-private partnership that we have here because that's what enabling us to do this, and we look forward to working with the additional states to get these sites up and running as fast as possible. As a pharmacist, I just want to say one quick thing. I'm really proud to be part of this profession, and not just Walgreens pharmacists and pharmacy employees, but all of them across grocery, mass, independents. You're really doing what you should be doing and what you went to school for, to help patients, counseling them on their medicines and helping them understand the problems that we're facing. Pharmacy is right here in it with everyone together in the community, and we look forward to being part of the testing like we are now, serology, whatever that might look like in the future, and eventually treatment when the vaccine does come. So thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity.
Great job.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We appreciate all you're doing to get America back to work and doing it safely. I represent Kroger, and my name is Rodney McMullen. And I am so proud of our nearly 500,000 associates that are doing everything every day to keep customers safe and our associates safe. And one of the things that we were able to do is provide the basic practices we're doing. We call it Blueprint. And it's the things that all of us can learn from on how to get America back working. We also announced earlier today continuing to accelerate our practice on testing. We are actively engaged in 6 states. In the next couple of weeks, we'll take that to 12 states. And the number of tests that we do continues to grow faster than that. Together, we will win. Together, we will solve this problem and move on. America is always great. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Doug McMillan. I'm a Walmart associate, and I too would like to start by thanking our associates for everything that they're doing in our stores, Sam's Clubs, distribution centers, and in our e-commerce fulfillment centers. They've been inspiring and continue to have a can-do attitude and step up. It's much appreciated. We started 45 days ago, as did everyone else, and we've been operating sites for a while now. We're now up to 20 sites across 11 states. By the end of next week, we'll be to 45, and by the end of May, we'll be at 100. We also, a few weeks ago, Vice President Pence and I were in a distribution center in Virginia, a food distribution center. He was kind enough to come and thank our associates for us there, which is much appreciated. And the President and Vice President were speaking on the phone about surgical gowns, and the President asked if we could put in an order for millions of surgical gowns, and we don't normally buy those, so I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to do that. But I'd like to thank our apparel team and McKesson in particular for partnering with us. We've been able to, in the month of April, secure an additional 2.5 million surgical gowns. And by the end of May, we'll have an additional 6 million available to help. So thank you for the opportunity to serve and for being here.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to the team for getting this great operation up and running for the benefit of the country. I'm Hayward Donegan with Rite Aid, and we are currently operating 40% of the current test sites in 25 locations across 8 states. And I had the opportunity, as I was driving up, to stop at our Richmond location and see the testing in action and thank the associates, whether it be security or pharmacy, front end, everybody who's helping with this great effort, and all of the customers that appreciate this so much. It was really amazing to see. And I want to thank my 50,000 associates also for keeping these retail locations up and running during these really, really tough times. It's been quite amazing. And we, too, are going to expand our testing, and we're doing about 1,500 a day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So thank you all very much. It's incredible what we've done together over a short period of time. I want to thank our Vice President for the task force and the work. Every day it gets better, and we had a fantastic call with the governors today. And I would say that they are as thrilled as they can be, considering that the fact is that there has been so much unnecessary death in this country. It could have been stopped, and it could have been stopped short, but somebody a long time ago, it seems, decided not to do it that way, and the whole world is suffering because of it, 184 countries at least. But I want to thank all of these great business men and women for the job they've done. They've been fantastic with us, working with us. And as you know, for several weeks, my administration has encouraged the governors to leverage unused testing capacity in states. Very few understood that we have tremendous capacity. Then 1 week ago, we provided each governor with a list of names, addresses, and phone numbers of the labs where they could find additional testing capacity in their states. Within 48 hours, the number of tests performed across the country began to absolutely skyrocket. On Saturday alone, more than 200,000 test results were reported, which is a gigantic number, bigger than any country anywhere in the world for a much longer period of time. A number that is an increase earlier in the month when we tested roughly less than 100,000 a day. So we much more than doubled it, and that will be doubling again very shortly. We are continuing to rapidly expand our capacity and confident that we have enough testing to begin reopening and the reopening process. We want to get our country open, and the testing is not going to be a problem at all. In fact, it's going to be one of the great assets that we have. Today, we're releasing additional guidance on testing to inform the states as they develop their plans for a phased and very safe reopening. Our blueprint describes how states should unlock their full capacity, expand the number of testing platforms, establish monitoring systems to detect local outbreaks, and conduct contact tracing. We have it all. Other countries are calling to find out what are we doing and how do you do it, and we're helping them. We're dealing with a lot of countries, helping them on testing, just like we did on the ventilators. I directed our Medicare program to make it easier for seniors to get the testing that they need, and the pharmacies, as you know, we are allowing pharmacies now to do testing, and we have other testing locations that we're going to be allowing also, but having pharmacies get involved in testing is a very big deal. We're also asking governors to do the same in their Medicaid program, so they're going to be able and authorized to do the same in Medicaid. So that's a big deal. So we're deploying the full power and strength of the federal government to help states, cities, to help local government get this horrible plague over with, and over with fast. There's tremendous energy in our country right now. There's energy like people haven't seen in a long time, a spirit that they have not seen, and we're doing very well, considering what happened to us, and considering if you look at what happened to others. This is something that the world has not seen for a long, long time. You can probably go back to 1917, where it was a terrible period of time. You all know what happened in 1917. That's over 100 years ago. With that, I'd like to introduce, if I might, Dr. Birx, if you could come up, and then Admiral, you'll come up, and between the two of you, you'll explain the entire process and how much progress we've made and where we're going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the blueprint lays out the roles and responsibilities to enhance our partnership between the private sector and the public sector, bringing together state and local governments with the federal government to ensure that we can accomplish and achieve our core principles and objectives. We can have the first slide. The core elements of the testing plan include both three elements: robust diagnostic testing plans developed in partnerships with state, and I just really want to thank the governors and the health officials, both at the state and local levels, who've been working with us day and night to work through these issues, and also all the laboratory directors in many of the states, as well as the American Society for Microbiology, who've been working with us to ensure that the plans were efficient and effective. Within the robust diagnostic testing plans, it was really unlocking the full capacity of the state, increasing the number of testing platforms. We now have multiple tests for different platforms, increasing the ability to collect samples, increasing testing and laboratory supplies, and ensuring that we work together to make sure that every client receives the tests that they need. This is added with timely monitoring systems. And what do I mean by that? It's systems where we bring together the ability to not only diagnose the symptomatic, but proactively and interactively work with individuals that we know are at higher risk. We've worked with states to look at where the outbreaks have occurred when they're not in the large metros, and we see that it occurs very often in places of closed settings among our Native Americans and among our long-term care facilities. So an active monitoring program that's active, integrated, and innovative. And then combining us with the third element, which is the rapid response program, relying on CDC to be working with state and local governments to ensure that every symptomatic case, and critically the asymptomatic cases, are quickly tracked and traced to ensure that we can not only control this epidemic but predict outbreaks before they expand. And then finally, the plan includes an approach of using science and technology to develop even newer platforms, more efficient testing, really ensuring that the antibody tests that are utilized and recommended by both FDA and CDC have high quality in predicting both exposure to the virus and antibody development. And then finally, working on innovative tests that could be high throughput and point of care, an antigen-based test, or a point of care expanded nucleic acid test. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ambassador Birx. If I could have the next slide, please. I want to spend just a couple minutes about going over where we've been, but more importantly, where we're going. I think we all can understand how we can group this into three distinct phases. First is our launch phase, when we were really engaging the emerging epidemic and the types of things we need to do. For example, mobilize the private sector to develop, test, and have EUAs. And I think you know over the past 2 months, the FDA has issued 67 emergency use authorizations, which is far outpacing anything that has been done or could ever been imagined. Galvanizing the research community in the commercial labs. The reason why we're here with ACLA Labs having done about 3 million tests is because of that day when it was galvanized by the President and the Vice President. We also set models in the community. Those first community-based testing sites that were federally supported and really under the direction of the U.S. Public Health Service, people who had been in Japan testing people on the Diamond Princess to assure that it would be done right and it would be done safely for everyone involved. Then we moved to really scaling. That phase was very, very important because we knew we needed to be at an immense scale to enter the third phase about supporting opening again. This again, for example, a lot of my life is about swabs. It was enhancing the production capability of a small company in Maine called Puritan that you'll hear a whole lot more about, that is sort of the swab provider for the country, but also because of the FDA actions and the actions of scientific community being able to broaden the types to spun polyester. So U.S. Cotton can now come in and start delivering within the next couple of weeks 3 million swabs per week of a different type. It also did things like expanding the community-based testing sites. Whereas we started small with the commercial partners, you see today, right now, we have 73 of this 2.0 sites going to 110. And very importantly, this demonstrated the model. And 68% of those sites are in communities of moderate or high social vulnerability, and 22% are in the highest social vulnerability communities, so that we can make sure the testing gets where it needs to be. You've just heard that that could be expanded to thousands of sites. And finally, stage 3, which is very exciting, coordinating with governors to support testing plans and rapid response programs. Over the past week, a multidisciplinary team from the White House, HHS, FDA, FEMA, has met virtually with multidisciplinary teams from every state, Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia, to understand what their testing aspirations are and to make sure that we can meet those demands. We're going to have another round of those calls this week, but as we talked about earlier today, we will be able to supply every state with the supplies and the tests that they need that will dramatically increase the number of tests we've done to this point. And just to give you an idea, the supplies that we will be providing to states, the minimum that we're supplying to states is approximately double in that month than the Republic of Korea has performed in the 4 months to now accumulated, to give you an idea of the amount of testing that we're going to be doing. So I'm very excited right now as we complete this ecosystem with the large reference labs, the LabCorp and Quest providing the very high throughput, large-scale testing, the galvanizing of the hospitals and academic labs that Dr. Birx has done by a machine-to-machine understanding and promoting that with the governors, and of course using point-of-care testing when and where that's very important to stop outbreaks or in remote areas like in the Indian Health Service or in Alaska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job. Thanks, Brad. Okay, so with that, we're here to answer some questions. Mike is up here also, so we'll answer. Steve, please go ahead.
Grapple with when and how to open their states. What's the best advice from you on what they should do? How quickly,
Well, we
how
want them to do
slowly?
it. We recommend that they do it as quickly as possible, but safely. We want everyone to be safe. And I think you're seeing that. You're seeing a lot of governors get out and they want to open it up. Many are thinking about their school system. Not a long way to go in the school system right now for this season, for this year. But I think you'll see a lot of schools open up, even if it's for a very short period of time. I think it would be a good thing. Because as you see, in terms of what this vicious virus goes after, young people seem to do very well. Young people seem to do very well. So I know that there are some governors that aren't necessarily ready to open up their states, but they may be ready to open up their school systems. We'll see, but that's their choice. But the word is safety, okay? Rapid, but safety. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you regarding one of the members of your coronavirus task force, and that's Secretary of HHS Alex Azar.
Yeah.
On January the 28th, he was in the briefing room, and in the briefing room, he told reporters that for the individual American, the virus should not be an impact on their day-to-day life. 3 months later, more than 55,000 of our fellow Americans have now lost their lives. Mr. President, why is he still your top health advisor? Why is he still serving as the HHS secretary?
Well, I think it's a very unfair question because you have many great professionals. Some of them you have great respect for, and you have many people in the other party. You mentioned Alex Azar, but you have many people in the other party that have said the same thing and with even more confidence. So a lot of people didn't get that right. I was very fortunate, whether it was through luck or whatever, that we closed the border. We put a ban on China other than our citizens coming in. We had our citizens. You can't keep out American citizens. You know, gee, you can't come back into your country. That's a little tough to do, but we put a ban on China. That was very fortunate. But I could tell you that Nancy Pelosi was dancing in the streets in Chinatown. She wanted to go, let's go out and party. Now, that was late into February, so you don't mention that, but you could mention that. Go ahead. Any other? Please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, he has not been in a briefing
Yeah, please, stand up.
since April the 3rd. Does that show confidence?
You should have no complaints, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, you retweeted someone who alleged that Democrats have quoted, quote, inflated the mortality rate of the coronavirus by underreporting the infection rate. Do you believe that's true, that there's some sort of conspiracy theory regarding the number of infections states are reporting?
Well, I can only say what we're doing. We're reporting very accurately. If you look at other countries are not. I mean, you can look at China, you can look at numerous countries where I don't think those are right numbers. I can only say what we're doing. It's very important to us to do very accurate reporting, and that's what we're doing. John, go ahead, please.
By retweeting that, Mr. President?
Thank you. Please.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you about the payment protection plan, the CPP plan to help small businesses.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of concerns today with the website just not working. In fact, we heard from the American Bankers Association saying that they are deeply frustrated and that until it's fixed, American banks will not be able to help struggling small businesses. Do you know? Can you
Well, I just came out and I hadn't heard. I heard there was a glitch. We'll find out whether or not that's so. Certainly, it did work out very well for the original amount of money. This is the second amount, and I'll find out about that. We're relying on the banks to go out and do an accurate job. Yeah, please, in the back.
All the companies that get aid, Mr. President.
Well, I wouldn't mind doing that. I don't know what the legal status of something like that. I would like to do that, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not involved in that process, but I would certainly like to have it listed. I'd have to find out if there's a legal problem, but if there isn't, I would do it gladly. Please.
Mr. President, Charlie Spearing, Breitbart News. And a majority of polls show that Americans blame China for the spread of the coronavirus, and yet they're taking advantage of the crisis to make the world more dependent on their supply chains. How do you hold China accountable, and how do you keep our country?
Well, Charlie, there are a lot of ways you can hold them accountable. We're doing very serious investigations, as you probably know, and we are not happy with China. We are not happy with that whole situation, because we believe it could have been stopped at the source, it could have been stopped quickly, and it wouldn't have spread all over the world. And we think that should have happened. So we'll let you know at the appropriate time, but we are doing serious investigations.
American businesses from relying on China for their supply chains. How do you fix that?
Well, we've already discussed that, and especially having to do with medical supplies and others. If you look prior to this virus, the deficit was coming way down under my administration because I put massive tariffs on China. We took in tens of billions of dollars, gave some of it to the farmers who were unfairly targeted by China. Nobody's ever done that before. We never took in 10 cents from China. Now, all of a sudden, I think you know very well, we've taken in tens of billions of dollars. I helped the farmers by giving them 2 years ago $12 billion, all coming from China, and we had plenty left over, too. And then the following year, $16 billion. And this year, we're also going to help our farmers. But nobody's ever done a thing like that because they were targeted unfairly by China. So we're doing a very strong investigation, and we'll let you know what the result of that is. We should be able to get the answers to.
Mr. President,
go ahead, please.
As you talk about potentially reopening up America again, as we see in the slides behind you, what data are you going to look at in the future to see if restrictions need to be reimposed?
Yeah, we're looking very much and reliant very much on the local areas, the governors. And that's been the way it has been for me, maybe not for everybody, but for me, that's the way it's been at the beginning. And from the beginning, the governors, some of them are doing an extraordinary job. Not all of them, but some of them. And I think all of them maybe have a chance to do that. Some will be a little bit different. The areas are much different. Manhattan is much different than Montana. You have a lot of different circumstances. And obviously, if you look at the virus, it hit some areas, hasn't hit very much other areas, not even at all, almost not at all. But the entire country has been infected. West Virginia is an example. I spoke to Jim Justice, the governor of West Virginia, and they were long before anything hit, and they had numerous deaths, even in West Virginia, and they were really the last one to be hit. So we're dealing with the governors. We had a really great call today, as I told you. Very, very solid. These were not complaining people. These were people that they had everything they needed. They had their ventilators. They have their testing. They see their testing is growing. They're growing their testing. We're helping them. We're getting them what they need. And that was a group I'm sure some of you were on the line, even though you weren't supposed to be. And I think you know what the result of that call was. Please go ahead.
Supply chain, sir.
Following up on Charlie's question on making China, holding them responsible, Germany sent a bill to China for $130 billion, 130 billion euros for the damages caused by the coronavirus. Would your administration look at doing the same?
Well, we could do something much easier than that. We have ways of doing things a lot easier than that. But Germany's looking at things, and we're looking at things, and we're talking about a lot more money than Germany's talking about. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President,
we haven't determined the final amount yet.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's very substantial. If you look at the world, this is worldwide damage. This is damage to the U.S., but this is damage to the world. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Attorney General William Barr directed federal prosecutors to watch out for state and local officials that might be violating the Constitution by some of their stay-at-home orders. What's the strategy there? Will the federal government sue local authorities?
Well, you'd have to ask Attorney General Barr, but I think he wants to see, like everybody, he wants to see people get back and wants to see people get back to work. He doesn't want people to be held up when there's no reason for doing it. In some cases, perhaps it's too strict. He wants to make sure people have their rights and they maintain their rights, very importantly. So a lot of people would agree with him. But you'd actually have to ask that question specifically from a legal standpoint to Attorney General Barr.
Federal government suing state
It would
officials?
depend on the state. It would depend on the circumstances of the state. Some states are, perhaps a little early, and some states are a little bit late. And the Attorney General, I read that, and I saw that. And frankly, the Attorney General doesn't want to have rights taken away because, there are some people, they're not allowed to open up a store or they're going to lose their livelihood. And by the way, that causes death also between all of the things that happen. And this has been a big study. The fact that people aren't allowed to have their freedom causes a tremendous amount of problems, including death. So that's what he's talking about. Please, in the back.
Maryland and other states, Governor Larry Hogan specifically said they've seen a spike in people using disinfectant after your comments last week. I know you said they were sarcastic.
I can't imagine why. I can't imagine why. Yeah.
Take any responsibility?
No, I don't. No, I can't imagine. I can't imagine that. Yeah, go ahead, please.
President, Dr. Anthony Fauci says that we need to increase testing by double it at least, and so does the Rockefeller Foundation. When are we going to be doubling testing?
It doesn't really matter what they say there, and we just left him. We just had a meeting, but because we're going to have much more than double it very soon. Now, there are big believers in testing, and then there are some governors that don't feel as strongly about it at all. You understand that. They feel much differently about it. But we're going with maximum testing because it's something we're very capable of doing. But we'll be much more than doubled. Mike, I'd like you to answer that. We're going to be much higher than doubled on testing very shortly. Mike, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope the American people looking on today are as proud as the President and I are of the incredible public and private partnership that you heard from today. It was 2 months ago that we had done less than 10,000 tests for the coronavirus in the United States. But because the President brought together these incredible commercial labs, brought together the best known retailers in America. Now, Mr. President, we have 5.4 million tests. And as you said earlier today, we've done more than 200,000 tests in a single day. As we met with governors today, I sense the enthusiasm among governors for the way that testing is scaling all across the country. And we assured them on the call today that we're going to continue to directly partner with them to make sure that all of the resources you heard about today continue to be expanded. But I want to ask Admiral Giroir, who is literally working day in and day out with the governors, to describe some of the numbers for exactly where we will be. We're north of 5 million tests done now. It is remarkable to think of the pace of acceleration. But Admiral, maybe you could speak about exactly when we will reach the point that some of the experts say that they think we need to be at, whether that be 300,000 tests a day or 500,000 tests a day. But what's remarkable to me as a layperson, Mr. President, is because of this partnership you've forged, we're almost there, and we'll be there very, very soon for the American people. But everyone who is as anxious to see America reopen as this president and our entire administration are should know that the three-phased approach that the president outlined 10 days ago, we believe, and I believe increasingly governors understand around America, that we have a sufficient amount of testing today for every state that qualifies to enter phase one to begin to reopen their economies. But Mr. President, with your permission, I'll just ask Admiral Giroir to give some specific numbers about how quick, for all that we've done, how much more quickly you'll see an expansion of testing because of the partnership that you witnessed again here today.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. The number of tests that need to be done depends on the state level. You understand that places where there's high virus circulating will need many, many more tests. Places that do not have high virus circulating may need less tests. But let's just assume Dr. Fauci was talking about a 4 million per month number, which was sort of a week ago where we are. So we will, according to the governor's plans for next month, we will easily double that 4 million number. We will have over 20 million swabs that we're going to send out. We will have over 15 million tubes of media. We have all the tests matched machine to machine in a focused area. We've gone state by state and understand that. And this is not even including what you just heard, the 5 million per month tests by LabCorp and Quest, or the point of care test by Abbott, or all the other tests that are out there. So in May, we are going to be doing more testing in this country. And people talk about South Korea a lot. The states with the least amount of testing will double the overall cumulative number per capita that South Korea has done in 4 months, to give you that understanding.
Go ahead, John.
Sure, this sounds incredibly promising. Walgreens, CVS with the drive-through tests, the diagnostics agencies. But we sat here in the Rose Garden back on March 13, and these companies were here, some other companies were here. By my count, only 69 drive-through test sites have been set up by the companies that were here. I'm wondering if you, and of course, Mr. Vice President, back in early March, you said we'd be at 4 million tests by the following week. We're just now got there in the last few days. So what have you learned about what went wrong, a month and a half, or over the last month and a half or 2 months, and what's going to go right now? What lessons have you learned from the mistakes over the last month and a half or so?
John, I appreciate the question, but it represents a misunderstanding on your part and frankly a lot of people in the public's part about the difference between having a test versus the ability to actually process the test. I mean, the truth was, when the president tapped me to lead the White House Coronavirus Task Force 2 months ago, we saw the production of lots of test kits going into the marketplace. But as the president has said many times, what he understood early on was the old system would never be able to process the tests at the massive volume that we would need in the midst of an epidemic. And that's why the president brought together these extraordinary commercial labs that you've heard from today, literally sat them down in the Roosevelt Room and said, we need you to turn all of your energies loose on doing the kind of high-speed testing that would be necessary for us to reach the numbers we're at today. And so there was no disconnect at all. There were lots of test kits out there, Admiral, and frankly, there still are today. There are literally millions of tests that could be run in the old-style, slow laboratory that are still conducting tests today, whether it be at the CDC or at state laboratories. But what the President brought about with this public-private partnership has brought us to the point where we've done 5.4 million tests to date, and literally you just heard that by next month we could be doing as many as 2 million tests a week all across the country to give the American people confidence that we can reopen and get our economy moving again.
So when you said 4 million tests 7 weeks ago, you were just talking about tests being sent out, not actually being completed? I'm a little confused.
John, I think precisely correct that in my first week on this job, we were informed that HHS, I believe IDT was the vendor, Admiral Giroir, that had distributed 1 million, was distributing another 4 million, and we believe they did. But again, those were tests that, frankly, but for the President's leadership, we'd still be waiting on those tests to be done in many cases, because they were tests that were designed to be run in the old laboratory model. But early on, at the President's direction, we brought in these incredible commercial labs. We partnered with these extraordinary retailers. And now we stand here today, literally one day last week, more than 200,000 tests in a single day. About the time that we were making those comments, we'd done less than 25,000 tests in the entire country. But we've met this moment with American ingenuity, with the incredible companies that are represented here, and we couldn't be more proud.
I think it's very important to know, and this you can get from any other country, I think, if they're being honest. Not only do we have the most testing in the world by far, but we have by far the best testing. OAN, please go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. As I'd like to switch gears and talk about General Flynn. There are reports circulating now that he may well be fully exonerated this week. If that were the case, is there any reason why you would not bring him back into the administration?
I will only say this. I think that General Flynn is a wonderful man. He had a wonderful career, and it was a disgrace what happened to General Flynn. Let's see what happens now. But what happened to General Flynn should never happen again in our country. What happened to other people should never happen again in our country. What happened to your President of the United States should never again be allowed to happen.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Today, one of your top economic advisors, Kevin Hassett, he said that the U.S. is likely to experience a 20 to 30% decline in the GDP in the second quarter, the worst since the Great Depression. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know, but I can tell you the third and the fourth quarter in particular are going to be, I think, spectacular. We were talking about it with the executives. I think we're going to have a phenomenal third quarter. Nobody, except one country can be held accountable for what happened. Nobody's blaming anybody here. We're looking at a group of people that should have stopped it at the source. But so what happens in second happens in second. What we are doing is, I think you're going to see a big rise in the third, but you're going to see an incredible fourth quarter, and you're going to have an incredible next year. I think you're going to have a recovery. Look, they were just telling me inside, and it's fact, I built the greatest economy with the help of 325 million people. I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. And one day, because of something that should have never been allowed to happen, we had to close our country. We had to close our economy. I built it. We had the best employment numbers and the best unemployment numbers for Hispanic American, for African American, for Asian American, for everybody. Best stock market numbers. And by the way, the stock market was up very substantially today. And people are seeing a lot of good things. A lot of very smart people investing in the stock market right now. It's at 24,000, approximately 24,000. And if you would have said, with the tragedy that this country had to endure and go through, with all of the death and the people that died and were so badly hurt, by what happened. And you can only say God bless them. But if you would have said that our country would be in the position we're now, we're ready to move forward. We'll never forget loved ones. We'll never forget these great people that sacrificed for a reason of incompetence or something else other than incompetence, what happened at a point where they could have protected the whole world, not just us, the whole world. But we had the greatest economy ever in the history of our world, and I had to turn it off in order to get to a point where we are today. And now we're making a comeback, and I think we're going to have economically, from an economic standpoint, next year an unbelievable year. And I think that you're going to see a fantastic fourth quarter, and the third quarter will start to build. But the second quarter, obviously, you're going to have GDP lack of growth. I'm looking at the head of Walmart. What a job Walmart's done in going through something. I mean, they were doing yeoman's work, including getting us millions of really very, very protective outfits. And I mean, the job that Doug and Walmart did was incredible. Millions of outfits, and those are high quality. I've seen them. Those are high quality. That's what we need. So people have stepped up to the plate. I think we're going to have a really good, I think it's going to start building. I think it's going to build fast. I think it'll be a tremendous, tremendous comeback. And, you know, so I say, I built the greatest economy with all of the people that helped me and all of the people in this country. We built the greatest economy the world has ever seen, and we're going to do it again. And it's not going to be that long. Okay. Yes, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, opening up the country, how long will you keep up the travel restrictions for Europe?
Well, we're looking at that, and it depends on how long it's taking Europe to heal. Italy is starting to make a comeback. I'm very happy to see that with my friend, the Prime Minister. It's tragic what went on in Italy and Spain and France and Germany, frankly, and every country over there. It's tragic. But we'll be looking at what's happening in Europe, and certainly we want to do that, and they want to do it too. They want to do it very badly. Yeah?
Do you have any update on Kim Jong-un's health? Have you gotten any update on Kim Jong-un's health? Has he responded to your letter from March?
On Kim Jong-un? I can't tell you exactly. Yes, I do have a very good idea, but I can't talk about it now. I just wish him well. I've had a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. If I weren't president, you'd be in war. You would have been in war with Korea. You would have been in war with North Korea if I wasn't president. That I can tell you. He expected that. That I can tell you. I hope he's fine. I do know how he's doing, relatively speaking. We will see. You'll probably be hearing in the not-too-distant future. All right, one or two more. Go ahead, please.
A question about the 2020 election.
Yeah.
Your likely Democratic opponent, Joe Biden, recently suggested that you were considering changing the date of the election, that you might try something like that. That's my first question. The same question.
I never even thought of changing the date of the election. Why would I do that? November 3rd. It's a good number. No, I look forward to that election, and that was just made-up propaganda, not by him, but by some of the many people that are working, writing little statements. I see all the time, statement made, you say some statement made per Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe. He didn't make those statements, but somebody did. But they said he made it. No, let him know I'm not thinking about it at all, not at all. Okay, go ahead in the back, please.
The bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee came out with the fourth installment of its report. It concluded that Russia interfered in the 2016 elections and there was not political bias. Do you accept its conclusions?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen the report. Yeah, please, go ahead.
President, nice to see you. I think you have a good relationship with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. But last Saturday, Senator Graham, he mentioned in the Fox News he interviewed, he said
he didn't say anything last Saturday.
Kim Jong-un
nobody knows where he is, so he obviously couldn't have said it. If you have this is breaking news.
Yes.
That Kim Jong-un made a statement on Saturday? I don't think so. Okay, go ahead. Let's do one more, please, in the back.
If an American president loses more Americans over the course of 6 weeks than died in the entirety of the Vietnam War, does he deserve to be reelected?
So, yeah, we've lost a lot of people, but if you look at what original projections were, 2.2 million, we're probably heading to 60,000, 70,000. It's far too many. One person is too many for this. And I think we've made a lot of really good decisions. The big decision was closing the border or doing the ban, people coming in from China, obviously other than American citizens, which had to come in. Can't say you can't come in, you can't come back to your country. I think we've made a lot of good decisions. I think that Mike Pence and the task force have done a fantastic job. I think that everybody working on the ventilators, you see what we've done there, have done unbelievable. The press doesn't talk about ventilators anymore. They just don't want to talk about them, and that's okay. But the reason they don't want to talk, that was a subject that nobody would get off of. They don't want to talk about them. We're in the same position on testing. We are lapping the world on testing, and the world is coming to us. As I said, they're coming to us saying, what are you doing? How do you do it? We're helping them. So, no, I think we've done a great job. And one person, I will say this, one person is too many. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Why did Maryland have to go to South Korea to get 500,000 tests?
Remarks of the President to the American Newspaper Publishers Association, Waldorf Astoria Hotel, New York City, April 27, 1961.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate very much your generous invitation to be here tonight. You bear heavy responsibilities these days, and an article I read some time ago reminded me of how particularly heavily the burdens of present-day events bear upon your profession. You may remember that in 1851, the New York Herald Tribune, under the sponsorship and publishing of Horace Greeley, employed as its London correspondent an obscure journalist by the name of Karl Marx. We are told that foreign correspondent Marx, stone broke, and with a family ill and undernourished, constantly appealed to Greeley and managing editor Charles Dana for an increase in his munificent salary of $5 per installment, a salary which he and Ingalls ungratefully labeled as the lousiest petty bourgeois cheating. But when all his financial appeals were refused, Marx looked around for other means of livelihood and fame, eventually terminating his relationship with the Tribune and devoting his talents full-time to the cause that would bequeath to the world the seeds of Leninism, Stalinism, revolution, and the Cold War. If only this capitalistic New York newspaper had treated him more kindly, if only Marx had remained a foreign correspondent, history might have been different. And I hope all publishers will bear this lesson in mind the next time they receive a poverty-stricken appeal from a small increase in the expense account from an obscure newspaper man. I have selected as the title of my remarks tonight, "The President and the Press." Some may suggest that this would be more naturally worded, "The President versus the Press," but those are not my sentiments tonight. It is true, however, that when a well-known diplomat from another country demanded recently that our State Department repudiate certain newspaper attacks on his colleagues, it was unnecessary for us to reply that this administration was not responsible for the press, for the press had already made it clear that it was not responsible for this administration. Nevertheless, my purpose here tonight is not to deliver the usual assault on the so-called one-party press. On the contrary, in recent months, I have rarely heard any complaints about political bias in the press, except from a few Republicans. Nor is it my purpose tonight to discuss or defend the televising of presidential press conferences. I think it is highly beneficial to have some 20 million Americans regularly sit in on these conferences to observe, if I may say so, the incisive, the intelligent, and the courteous qualities displayed by your Washington correspondents. Nor, finally, are these remarks intended to examine the proper degree of privacy which the press should allow to any president and his family. If, in the last few months, your White House reporters and photographers have been attending church services with regularity, that has surely done them no harm. On the other hand, I realize that your staff and wire service photographers may be complaining that they do not enjoy the same green privileges, the local golf courses, which they once did. It is true that my predecessor did not object, as I do, to pictures of one's golfing skill in action, but neither, on the other hand, did he ever be a Secret Service man. My topic tonight is a more sober one, of concern to publishers as well as editors. I want to talk about our common responsibilities in the face of a common danger. The events of recent weeks may have helped to illuminate that challenge for some, but the dimensions of its threat have loomed large on the horizon for many years. Whatever our hopes may be for the future, for reducing this threat or living with it, there is no escaping either the gravity or the totality of its challenge to our survival and to our security. A challenge that confronts us in unaccustomed ways in every sphere of human activity. This deadly challenge imposes upon our society two requirements of direct concern, both to the press and to the president. Two requirements that may seem almost contradictory in tone, but which must be reconciled and fulfilled if we are to meet this national peril. I refer first to the need for far greater public information, and second, to the need for far greater official secrecy. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. But I do ask every publisher, every editor, and every newsman in the nation to re-examine his own standards. and to recognize the nature of our country's peril. In time of war, the government and the press have customarily joined in an effort based largely on self-discipline to prevent unauthorized disclosures to the enemy. In times of clear and present danger, the courts have held that even the privileged rights of the First Amendment must yield to the public's need for national security. Today, no war has been declared, and however fierce the struggle may be, it may never be declared in the traditional fashion. Our way of life is under attack. Those who make themselves our enemy are advancing around the globe. The survival of our friends is in danger, and yet no war has been declared. No borders have been crossed by marching troops. No missiles have been fired. If the press is awaiting a declaration of war before it imposes the self-discipline of combat conditions, then I can only say that no war ever posed a greater threat to our security. If you are awaiting a finding of clear and present danger, then I can only say that the danger has never been more clear, and its presence has never been more imminent. It requires a change in outlook, a change in tactics, a change in missions by the government, by the people, by every businessman or labor leader, and by every newspaper. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. It conducts the Cold War, in short, with a wartime discipline no democracy would ever hope or wish to match. Nevertheless, every democracy recognizes the necessary restraints of national security. And the question remains whether those restraints need to be more strictly observed if we are to oppose this kind of attack as well as outright invasion. For the facts of the matter are that this nation's foes have openly boasted of acquiring through our newspapers information they would otherwise hire agents to acquire through theft, bribery, or espionage. That details of this nation's covert preparations to counter the enemy's covert operations have been available to every newspaper reader, friend and foe alike. That the size, the strength, the location, and the nature of our forces and weapons, and our plans and strategy for their use, have all been pinpointed in the press and other news media to a degree sufficient to satisfy any foreign power, and that in at least one case, the publication of details concerning a secret mechanism whereby satellites were followed required its alteration at the expense of considerable time and money. The newspapers which printed these stories were loyal, patriotic, responsible, and well-meaning. Had we been engaged in open warfare, they undoubtedly would not have published such items. But in the absence of open warfare, they recognized only the tests of journalism and not the tests of national security. And my question tonight is whether additional tests should not now be adopted. That question is for you alone to answer. No public official should answer it for you. No governmental plan should impose its restraints against your will. But I would be failing in my duty to the nation in considering all of the responsibilities that we now bear and all of the means at hand to meet those responsibilities if I did not commend this problem to your attention. and urge its thoughtful consideration. On many earlier occasions I have said, and your newspapers have constantly said, that these are times that appeal to every citizen's sense of sacrifice and self-discipline. They call out to every citizen to weigh his rights and comforts against his obligations to the common good. I cannot now believe that those citizens who serve in the newspaper business consider themselves exempt from that appeal. I have no intention of establishing a new Office of War Information to govern the flow of news. I am not suggesting any new forms of censorship or new types of security classifications. I have no easy answer to the dilemma that I have posed and would not seek to impose it if I had one. But I am asking the members of the newspaper profession and the industry in this country to re-examine their own responsibilities, to consider the degree and the nature of the present danger, and to heed the duty of self-restraint which that danger imposes upon us all. Every newspaper now asks itself, with respect to every story, is it news? All I suggest is that you add the question, is it in the interest of national security? And I hope that every group in America, unions and businessmen and public officials at every level, will ask the same question of their endeavors and subject their actions to this same exacting test. And should the press of America consider and recommend the voluntary assumption of specific new steps or machinery, I can assure you that we will cooperate wholeheartedly with those recommendations. Perhaps there will be no recommendations. Perhaps there is no answer to the dilemma faced by a free and open society in a cold and secret war. In times of peace, any discussion of this subject and any action that results are both painful and without precedent. But this is a time of peace and peril which knows no precedent in history. It is the unprecedented nature of this challenge that also gives rise to your second obligation, an obligation which I share, and that is our obligation to inform and alert the American people, to make certain that they possess all the facts that they need and understand them as well, the perils, the prospects, the purposes of our program, and the choices that we face. No president should fear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people. For I have complete confidence in the response and dedication of our citizens whenever they are fully informed. I not only could not stifle controversy among your readers, I welcome it. This administration intends to be candid about its errors. For as a wise man once said, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We intend to accept full responsibility for our errors, and we expect you to point them out when we miss them. Without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. And that is why our press was protected by the First Amendment, the only business in America specifically protected by the Constitution, not primarily to amuse and entertain, not to emphasize the trivial and the sentimental, not to simply give the public what it wants, but to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities, to indicate our crises and our choices, to lead, mold, educate, and sometimes even anger public opinion. This means greater coverage and analysis of international news, for it is no longer far away and foreign, but close at hand and local. It means greater attention to improved understanding of the news, as well as improved transmission. And it means, finally, that government at all levels must meet its obligation to provide you with the fullest possible information outside the narrowest limits of national security, and we intend to do it. It was early in the 17th century that Francis Bacon remarked on three recent inventions already transforming the world: the compass, gunpowder, and the printing press. Now the links between the nations, first forged by the compass, have made us all citizens of the world, the hopes and threats of one becoming the hopes and threats of us all. In that one world's effort to live together, the evolution of gunpowder to its ultimate limit has warned mankind of the terrible consequences of failure. And so it is to the printing press, to the recorder of man's deeds, the keeper of his conscience, the courier of his news, that we look for strength and assistance, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
Whenever you want to start.
Okay. Well, thank you everybody for coming out. We've really wanted to come together today and kind of just talk about what we've learned over the last couple months here at Accelerated, and really talk about what's happening in Kern County with our testing, what's happening in California with the testing, and kind of an ER physician entrepreneur perspective on what's going on, and kind of what we think the approach should be going forward. And Dr. Masihi and myself have been dealing with this as you have. I'm sure you guys are working from home, you're sheltering in place, you're isolating yourself, and we want to talk about if that still makes sense. So we want to kind of take everything we've learned and throw it against the backdrop of who we are. You know, we both have had extensive classes in microbiology and biochemistry and immunology. We've studied this for each of us 20 years, and we take everything that we're seeing today and we put that against that backdrop and say, does this make sense? Are we following the science? We keep hearing following the science. What is science essentially? It's the study of the natural world through experiment, through observation. So that's what we're doing. We're studying the disease around us. We're making observations. We're doing testing, experiments to figure out exactly what's going on. And so this has caused some severe disruption for Accelerated, as we have people coming in 7 in the morning till midnight. We're reporting to the health department. We're calling patients back. And at the same time, our volumes have dropped significantly. The hospitals, their ICUs are empty, essentially, and they're shutting down floors. They're furloughing patients. They're furloughing doctors. So the health system has been evacuated in certain places. In New York, the health system is working at maximum capacity. In California, we're really at a minimal capacity, getting rid of our doctors and nurses because we just don't have the volume. The hospitals don't, as I've met with their CEOs twice in the last week, and we don't as well. So we're busy with paperwork for COVID, and we're all focusing on COVID. And so one of the things I'd like to talk about is when I talk to ER physicians around the country, what's happening? Well, because COVID has become the focus, people with heart disease, people with cancer, hypertension, and various things that are critical are choosing not to come in based on fear. So what that's doing is causing the health system to focus on COVID and not focus on a myriad of other things that are critical, because we don't have the staff there, and the major component is fear. People are saying, I don't want to go get seen by my doctor. What if I get the COVID? So there is a lot of secondary effects to COVID that aren't being talked about. And so we'd like to kind of look at how we've responded as a nation and why we responded. Our first initial response 2 months ago was a little bit of fear. We decided to shut down travel to and from China. These are good ideas when you don't have any facts. We decided to keep people at home and isolate them. Even though everything we've studied about quarantine, typically you quarantine the sick. When someone has measles, you quarantine them. We've never seen where we quarantine the healthy, where you take those without disease and without symptoms and lock them in your home. So some of these things, from what we've studied from immunology and microbiology, aren't really meshing with what we know as people of scientific minds that read this stuff every day. So that's kind of how we started. We don't know what's going on. We see this new virus. How should we respond? So we did that initially. And over the last couple months, we've gained a lot of data. Typically in Kern County, for instance, we've tested 5,213 people, and we have 340 positive COVID cases. Well, that's 6.5% of the population, which would indicate that there is a widespread viral infection, similar to flu. We think it's kind of ubiquitous throughout California. We're going to go over those numbers a little bit to kind of help you see how widespread COVID is and see how we should be responding to it based on its prevalence throughout society, or it's the existence of the cases that we already know about. So if we look at California, these numbers are from yesterday. We have 33,865 COVID cases out of a total of 280,900 total tested. That's 12% of Californians were positive for COVID. So we don't, as you guys know, the initial models were woefully inaccurate. They predicted millions of cases of death, not of prevalence or incidence, but death. That is not materializing. What is materializing in the state of California is 12% positives. Well, if we have 39.5 million people. If we just take a basic calculation and extrapolate that out, that equates to about 4.7 million cases throughout the state of California, which means this thing is widespread. That's the good news. We've seen 1,227 deaths in the state of California with a possible incidence or prevalence of 4.7 million. That means you have a 0.03 chance of dying from COVID-19 in the state of California. 0.03 chance of dying from COVID in the state of California. Does that necessitate sheltering in place? Does that necessitate shutting down medical systems? Does that necessitate people being out of work? So that's California, and that's. I also wanted to mention that 96% of people in California who get COVID recover with almost no significant sequelae or no significant continuing medical problems. So those are important statistics for the state of California. 2 months ago, we didn't know this. So I'm going to bring it to light now because we're sharing our own data. This isn't data filtered through someone. This is our own data. We found 6.5%, and then California has found 12%. So the more you test, the more positives you get, the prevalence number goes up, and the death rate stays the same. So it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And as we move through this data, what I want you to see is millions of cases, small amount of death. Millions of cases, small amount of death. And you will see that in every state. And since we're talking about following the science, we're going to follow the statistics and follow the science. So I want to look at New York State. They've been in the news a lot, right? And their numbers are critical. Let's go over their numbers. Cases of COVID as of yesterday, 256,272 cases in New York State. Not New York City, New York, the entire state. They did a total of 649,325 tests. That's 39% of New Yorkers tested positive for COVID-19. That's their ratios. This is public data online. You can all look it up.
39% of people who were tested.
39% of the people were tested.
39% of New York State.
Right.
39% of New York State is there's 20 million people there would be close to 4 million.
Which is likely, they likely have 7.5 million cases in New York.
I just want to make that clarification. It's not 39% of every New Yorker, it's every New Yorker who's been tested.
Right, so we extrapolate data.
I just want to make that.
We extrapolate data, we test people, and then we extrapolate for the entire community based on the numbers. The initial models were so inaccurate, they're not even...
But in those initial models, a lot of them were based off if we did no social distancing.
Right.
Is that correct? So is it really fair to say, obviously they're not as bad as they were because those were based on alternative scenarios?
And some of them were based on social distancing and still predicted hundreds of thousands of deaths, which has been inaccurate. So in New York, the ones they tested, they found 39% positive. So if that's indicative, and they tested 649,000 people, that's a massive test. That's accurate data, 39%. So if they tested the whole state, would we indeed have 7.5 million cases? We don't know. We will never test the entire state. So we extrapolate out. We use the data we have because it's the most accurate we have versus a predictive model that have been nowhere in the ballpark of accurate. So how many deaths do they have? 19,410 out of 19 million people, which is a 0.1% chance of dying from COVID in the state of New York. And they have a 92% recovery rate. If you are indeed diagnosed with COVID-19, 92% of you will recover. So we're seeing millions of cases, small amount of death. Millions of cases, small amount of death. And the reason I'm making that point is because we're going to compare this to flu and say, is this significantly different from influenza A and B? And if not, why has our response been what it is? USA, this is a big one for us. 802,590 cases as of yesterday. We've tested over 4 million. If you guys have studied globally what's happening, that's double what any other country. Germany's at 2. I realize their populations are lower, but the fact that we were able to ramp up and do 4 million is pretty impressive, which gives us a 19.6% positive out of those who were tested for COVID-19. So if this is a typical extrapolation, 328 million people times 19.6 is 64 million. That's a significant amount of people with COVID. It's similar to the flu. If you study the numbers in 2017 and 2018, we had 50 to 60 million with the flu. And we had a similar death rate. The deaths in the United States were 43,545. Similar to the flu of 2017, 2018. We always have between 37 and 60,000 deaths in the United States. Every single year. No pandemic talk, no shelter in place, no shutting down of businesses, no sending doctors home.
That's from the flu, by the way, just to clarify.
Yeah.
37,000 and 60,000 flu deaths
37
every year per the CDC. 30 due to flu
Okay.
in the United States. Some years it's even as low as 20,000 some year. In 2017, 2018, it was 45 to 50,000, depending on who you read. And we don't necessarily report all of our flu tests. We do thousands of flu tests every year. We don't report every one because the flu is ubiquitous. And to that note, we have a flu vaccine. How many people even get the flu vaccine? The flu is dangerous. It kills people. So just because you have a vaccine doesn't mean it's going to be everywhere. And it doesn't mean everyone's going to take it because we see every year that we have a vaccine and I would say probably 50% of the public doesn't even want it. So just because you have a vaccine, unless you force it on the public, doesn't mean they're going to take it. I want to compare the U.S. to Spain, because Spain is number 2 in the race for the most cases, which is not a race we want to win. They had 204,178 cases in Spain, 930,000 total tests. So we did 4 million, they did 930,000. They had a 22% of all COVID tests were positive in Spain. 22% of those tested were positive in Spain. Spain has 47 million people. So that equates to about 10 million cases. If we extrapolate the data as we've been doing with every state, gives us about 10 million cases. How many died in Spain? 21,282 out of 47 million. You have a 0.05 chance of dying from COVID as a citizen of Spain and a 90% chance of recovery from COVID without being on a vent, without being in a hospital. I wanted to compare the U.S. to Spain because we have the most amount of cases globally. So I thought that was important. And then when you bring up a system of lockdown, you automatically have to compare it to a system of no lockdown. Sweden and Norway. I'm Norwegian.
Norway has lockdown.
Norway has lockdown. Sweden does not have lockdown. What happened in those two countries? Are they vastly different? Did Sweden have a massive outbreak of cases? Did Norway have nothing? Let's look at the numbers. Sweden has 15,322 cases of COVID. They did 74,600 tests, which is 21%, similar to the other countries, 21% of all those tested came out positive for COVID. What's the population of Sweden? About 10.4 million. So if we extrapolate out the data, about 2 million cases of COVID in Sweden. They did a little bit of social distancing. They would wear masks and separate. They went to schools, stores were open. They were almost about their normal daily life with a little bit of social distancing. They had how many deaths? 1,765. California's had 1,220 with isolation. No isolation, 1,765. We have more people. What I'm getting at is millions of cases, very small death. Millions of cases, very small death. This is what we're seeing everywhere. Norway, its next door neighbor. This is where I come from. These are two Scandinavian nations. We can compare them as they are similar. Let's look at the data. Norway, 7,191 cases of COVID. Total COVID tests, 145,279. So they came up with 4.9% of all COVID tests were positive in Norway. Population of Norway, 5.4 million. So if we extrapolate the data as we've been doing, which is the best we can do at this point, they have about 1.3 million cases. Now their deaths as a total number were 182, fairly small, but statistically insignificant from 1,700, you realize. Millions of cases, small amount of deaths. 1,700, 100, these are statistically insignificant. So you have a 0.003 chance of death as a citizen of Norway and a 97% recovery. Their numbers are a little bit better. Does it necessitate shutdown, loss of jobs, destruction of the oil company, furloughing doctors? That's the question I have for you. And I think the answer is going to be increasingly clear as we move through this data. The next thing I wanted to talk about is the effects of COVID-19, the secondary effects. COVID-19 is one aspect of our health sector. What has it caused to have us be involved in social isolation? What has it caused that we are seeing the community respond to? Child molestation is increasing at a severe rate. We could go over multiple cases of children who have been molested due to angry family members who are intoxicated, who are home, who have no paycheck. These things last a lifetime. This isn't about a seasonal flu. These are things that will follow these people and affect them in a negative fashion for their life. And these are secondary effects from COVID. And these are from me talking to ERs, talking to my doctors, and talking to people across the country and finding out what they're seeing. Spousal abuse. We see people coming in here with black eyes and cuts on their face. It's an obvious abuse case. These are things that will affect them for a lifetime, not for a season. Alcoholism, anxiety, depression, suicide. I talked to Donnie Youngblood and various people in the community, and I've asked them, how are things going? Suicide is spiking. Education has dropped off. Economic collapse. Medical industry, we're all suffering because our staff isn't here and we have no volume. These are all real things that I'm seeing every day. I don't read about this stuff. I'm seeing it in my clinics. We have clinics from Fresno to San Diego, and these things are spiking in our community. These things will affect people for a lifetime, not for a season. So let's make sure we're clear on that. So we've gone over the secondary effects. We've gone over the statistics. Now I want to compare flu virus. Is this significantly different? And I just got a little bit of data here. So deaths, per the CDC, 24,000 to 62,000 deaths each year. We had about 45 million total cases in 2017 with about 62,000 deaths, or a 0.13 chance of death from flu in the United States. As you know, our other numbers were 0.02. So the lethality of COVID-19 is much less. Now you've got hotbeds of it in New York, but again, we went over the numbers, 0.1% chance of death. Widespread, small amount of deaths. It's similar to flu, as a matter of fact. If we follow the science, as we've been asked to do, I'm following the science. This data is generated by the CDC, World Health Organization. The testing is generated by what we have done here. So we are following the science. Now I want to talk about the immune system. Dr. Masihi used to teach for immunology. We both had years of microbiology, biochemistry, and virology studies. We've made it our life's work to understand this stuff. And here, I'd like to go over some basic things about how the immune system functions so people have a good understanding. The immune system is built by exposure to antigens, viruses, bacteria. When you're a little child crawling on the ground, putting stuff in your mouth, viruses and bacteria come in, you form an antigen-antibody complex, you form IgG, IgM. This is how your immune system is built. You don't take a small child, put them in bubble wrap in a room and say, go have a healthy immune system. This is immunology, microbiology 101. This is not something, this is the basis of what we've known for years. What I'm seeing is when you take human beings and you say, go into your house, clean all your counters, Lysol them down, you're going to kill 99% of viruses and bacteria, wear a mask, don't go outside. What does that do to our immune system? Our immune system is used to touching. We share bacteria, staphylococcal, streptococcal bacteria, viruses. We develop an immune response daily to this stuff. When you take that away from me, my immune system drops. As I shelter in place, my immune system drops. You keep me there for months, it drops more. And now I'm at home, hand washing vigorously, washing the counters, worried about things that are indeed what I need to survive. Let's follow the science. This is immunology, folks. This is microbiology. This is what we've combined together. We have 40 years of experience in this. This is common sense immunology.
So quarantining and social distancing is worse for us, you're saying?
It decreases your immune system. You can't build an immune system by, if someone has a reduced immune system, you hide them away because they can't build an immune system. If you have a normal functioning immune system, you need interaction. When a child is in a womb, you're in this protected environment. When you come out, you have almost no immune system. You develop that through touching your mouth, touching your eyes, virus, bacteria, immune response, IgG, IgM. This is how you build a strong immune system.
You think people are worrying too much?
Of course they are, but that's from media telling them to. I am telling them sheltering in place decreases your immune system. And then as we all come out of shelter in place with a lower immune system and start trading viruses and bacteria, what do you think is going to happen? Disease is going to spike. And then you've got disease spike amongst a hospital system with furloughed doctors and nurses. This is not the combination we want to set up for a healthy society. It doesn't make any sense.
So is Dr. Fauci wrong then when he says that COVID-19 is shown to be nearly 10 times deadlier than the flu?
Initially, maybe that was true. But again, I'm going through the numbers. I'm not saying who's wrong or right. I'm going through the science and through the numbers. And I, like you, have been watching media and studying this for 2 months, night and day. I go to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning. Every day I read after my shift and I say, what's going on here? I'm not in an ivory tower. I'm in seeing patients every day and I'm collecting my own data. I didn't have data 2 months ago. I just shared my data. 6.5% of all patients we tested are positive. That's actual, unfiltered, non-political data.
So respectfully, to go off that question, and I know you guys are obviously very intelligent, very accomplished physicians, do you think that you guys know more than the top immunologists in the entire United States and that basically every country in the world has got this wrong, that celebrated urgent care has got this right?
I'm not saying, again, I'm sharing the data. I'm not saying we're right, somebody's wrong.
But your conclusions from that data are different than what the top doctors worldwide are concluding. Why is that? Why
they had no data. The data is coming in.
The World Health Organization and the U.S. government has no data.
No, I'm saying you have to give the virus time. From December to now, there was tons of hypotheses. You have to let the data work. Let the virus rise up. Then we study it and we see, did we respond appropriately? Initially, the response, fine, shut it down. But as the data comes across and we say, now wait a second, we've never, ever responded like this in the history of the country. Why are we doing this now?
And you don't think that they're also studying that data and that their data is even more accurate and more timely than what we're getting here in Kern County?
Right.
I mean,
go ahead. Yeah. What was your first name?
Tim.
So I think
sorry.
So thank you for your question. I think your question is valid, and obviously Dr. Fauci is a world-renowned immunologist, and a lot of the data that they originally gave us was theoretical, because coronavirus is a new virus. We've studied coronavirus since the 70s. Coronavirus was...
we've studied different coronaviruses. This one is novel. Like SARS is a form of coronavirus, MERS is a form of coronavirus.
Sure.
We've studied different types, but this one is new. So with all due respect, again, we haven't studied this virus.
But if you let me finish, so every year, according to your argument that you just made, every year...
Not an argument, just a question.
Every year when we get the flu, it's a new flu virus, correct?
Correct.
But 99% of it is flu, correct? The way viruses change, they undergo mutations through their DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. There are different types of mutations which either cause increased virulence and more likely decreased virulence, meaning how dangerous a virus is. So when coronavirus was, we've been studying coronavirus since the 70s. And this type of coronavirus that came out was first and foremost transmissible through human beings, and that was new. And I think any time you have something new in the medical community, I've been a doctor for 26 years. Anytime you have something new in the community, the medical community, it sparks fear. And I would have done what Dr. Fauci did, so we both would have initially. Because the first thing you do is you want to make sure you limit liability and limit deaths. And I think what they did was brilliant initially. But, looking at theories and models, which is what these folks use, is very different than the way the actual virus presents itself throughout communities. And there's different communities we're talking about here. Bakersfield, a lot more widespread than Manhattan. Very, very different. So you can't really... theory and reality are not always the same, and that's what Dr. Erickson is presenting. It's not about being right or wrong. Medicine, what they teach us is you practice medicine. I'm learning every day, so is Dr. Erickson. We all learn every day. It's not about being right, who's wrong. It's not a basketball game, who made the basket, who didn't. It's about looking at trends and saying, hey, we're not seeing what they've been talking about for the past 6 to 8 weeks. We've crippled the economy. There's a lot of domestic issues going on. Is social isolation warranted for the healthy?
So I understand that you guys are seeing drawing different conclusions from the same data. Why is that? That's my question.
Because we're actually seeing the patients. Dr. Fauci hasn't seen a patient for 20 years. I'm just saying it's in general, a lot of the figureheads are not. It's like the general contractor versus the sub. He's not seeing patients. He's in an ivory tower. And we have a world of respect for him. He's a world-renowned immunologist. Two different things. He's an academic. We've dealt with academics all of our life. I did surgery at USC and Loma Linda, all academics. But academics and reality is two different things. So we're just presenting our data and our opinion as medical professionals in this community.
I was going to say, so you're not necessarily talking about a community in Manhattan, which obviously is much
well, we
more
don't.
dense.
We haven't. I haven't been to Manhattan for 20 years, right? Yeah.
So let me ask this. So I mean, in your professional expertise, both of you guys, very prominent here in the community. Why do you think we are taking these measures? Why do you think that? Governor Gavin Newsom. Why do you think he's taking these measures to have California being on a strict shutdown right now?
Well, again, as a leader, you listen to the people around you, and they make decisions on different timelines. And so Gavin Newsom has people around him telling him, we think this is the best move for now. And then early on, we told people the truth changes every 2 hours, because it was. As the data moves, as we do our own testing, I'm giving a different answer now than I would have a month ago, because I understand the progression of disease in this area. I also understand the progression of disease elsewhere because I look at their data. I don't have to live in Manhattan to watch their disease process, to watch how many positives in the community, and to understand how diseases spread. For instance, nobody talks about the fact that coronavirus lives on plastics for 3 days, and we're all sheltering in place. Where'd you get your water bottles from? Costco. Where'd you get that plastic shovel from? Home Depot. Those are fomites and carriers of disease. So you take your family sheltering in a place that you think is safe, and you're taking fomites with disease that they've shown that lasts 3 days. Are you really protecting yourself from COVID? Does that make sense to you? It doesn't make sense to me. And if I swabbed things in your home, I would likely find COVID-19. And so you think you're protected, but you've got fomites coming from, Home Depot and Lowe's. And it's okay for us to be mingling in those situations, but we have to not go to work. It's okay for us to go to Costco, but but not to church. Do you see the lack of consistency here? From a microbiological, immunological standpoint, that doesn't make sense. If you're going to isolate people, you need to shut these all down, because that's how the fomites are being transferred. When you go to Del Taco and you get a plastic bag or piece on your burrito from someone not wearing a mask who was just wiping their arm on your thing, do you think you're protected from COVID? When you wear gloves that transfer disease everywhere, those gloves have bacteria all over them. I'm wearing gloves, not helping you. As your mask that you're wearing for days, you touch the outside of it, COVID, and then touch your mouth. This doesn't make any sense. We wear a mask in an acute setting to protect us. We're not wearing masks. Why is that? Because we understand microbiology, we understand immunology, and we want strong immune systems. I don't want to hide in my home, develop a weak immune system, and then come out and get disease. We have both been in the ER through swine flu and through bird flu. Did we shut down for those? Were they much less dangerous than COVID? Is the flu less dangerous than COVID? Let's look at the death rates. No, it's not. They're similar in prevalence and in death rate. So we are saying that our response now that we know the facts, it's time to get back to work. It's time to test people. But again, testing gives you a moment in time. Testing tells you, the nasal swab says positive or negative. The blood vial, the tiger top or the finger stick, gives you IgG, IgM. IgG being the long-term immunoglobulin we look at for immunity. But again, it's a moment in time. And what's interesting to me too is when someone dies in this country right now, they're not talking about the high blood pressure, the diabetes, the stroke. They say, did they die from COVID? We've been to hundreds of autopsies. You don't talk about one thing. You talk about comorbidities. Their vessels were narrowed. Their lungs were a smoker. COVID was part of it. It is not the reason they died, folks. It is one of many reasons. So to be so simplistic to say that's a COVID death because they have COVID, you know how many people die with pneumonia or people that die from flu? With flu, I should say. It's not from flu. Their lungs were compromised by COPD. They had a heart attack 2 years ago. They have a weakened body. We aren't pressured to test for flu. But ER doctors now, my friends that I talk to say, it's interesting. When I'm writing up my death report, I'm being pressured to add COVID. Why is that? Why are we being pressured to add COVID to maybe increase the numbers and make it look a little bit worse than it is? I think so. So this is what I'm hearing from physicians I talk to in Wisconsin, New York, and everywhere.
So you think that physicians are being pressured to make the numbers look worse than they are?
They're being pressured to add it to their diagnostic list.
And
so
where is that pressure coming from, in your opinion?
Well, I'm probably coming from the administration. So their administration is saying,
or the Newsom administration?
It's probably coming from the hospital administration. I didn't ask them specifically, but they said we're being pressured in-house to add COVID to the diagnostic list when we think it has nothing to do with the actual cause of death.
You can't confirm that beyond their order.
The actual cause of death was not COVID, but it's being reported as one of the disease processes and being added to the death list. When they died from COPD, they had COVID. COVID didn't kill them. 25 years of tobacco use killed them.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. So I guess my question right off of that is, I know that right now what we're discussing isn't really anything new. There's people who have immune deficiencies who COVID just supplements whatever illness they're dealing with, and that's contributing to their death. So going back to what I think the theme is here is quarantining and social distancing. Is it necessary? So my question is it necessary are you saying it's only necessary for some individuals to be quarantining, but for healthy individuals, it's not?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why would you quarantine the healthy? If you're young and healthy, why would you quarantine yourself? It doesn't make any sense. You quarantine the ill, and we were.
Don't they say that one of the reasons to do that is because so many people are asymptomatic, and then they may take it home and spread it to someone who is immunocompromised.
Sure.
I mean, isn't that part of the reasoning?
25% of patients who have COVID are asymptomatic, which is why we advocate for widespread testing. In order to open the economy, you have to have widespread testing. That's number one, no question about it. But historically, if you look at biblical times, you look at leprosy, Mycobacterium leprae, which is the bacteria that causes it. they isolated the sick. They didn't isolate everybody else. So isolating the healthy just doesn't make sense, in our opinion.
So you guys think herd immunity is kind of the way to go there?
Absolutely.
I think so.
There's two ways. Well, there's two ways to get rid of a virus, right? Either it burns itself out or herd immunity. For hundreds of years, we relied on herd immunity. Viruses kill people. End of story. The flu kills people. COVID kills people. But for the rest of us, we develop herd immunity. We develop the ability to take this virus in and defeat it. And for the vast majority, 95% of those around the globe, this is true. And when we look at people that have locked down and people that haven't locked down, we have massive data. It is not statistically significant whether you lock down or not. So why are we doing it?
Do you think it's safe for the state to lift the lockdown?
Yes.
Would it be safe for people to be outside right now?
Yes. I'm outside with no mask.
Are the gloves and mask maybe a little bit too much right now? Is that kind of what you're saying in some
Well,
sense?
again, do you want your immune system built or do you want it not built? The building blocks of your immune system is virus and bacteria, end of story. That's how you build it.
And there's normal bacteria and normal flora. There's normal bacteria and normal flora that we have to be exposed to. Bacteria and viruses that are not virulent are our friends. They protect us against bad bacteria and bad viruses. So right now, if you look at Dr. Erickson's skin or my skin, we have strep, we have staph. All staph isn't bad, all strep isn't bad. They protect us against opportunistic infections. That's why when a baby comes out of the womb for the first 3 to 6 months, they're extremely vulnerable to opportunistic infections, which is why when we see a little baby in the ER with fever that's 1 month old, you do a spinal tap, you do a chest x-ray, you do blood cultures, you do urine cultures. But if you had a fever, I wouldn't do that for you. Why? Because that baby does not have the normal bacteria and flora from the community, whereas you do, because you've interacted with, you've gone to the gas station, you've gone to Home Depot. That's the difference. Normal flora, we all need normal flora. And what Dr. Erickson's saying is when you are self-isolating at home for 2 or 3 months, you lose that normal flora. So I guarantee when we reopen, there's going to be a huge amount of illness that's going to be rampant because our immune systems have weakened. And that's just basic immunology and virology.
I just wanted to ask Dr. Erickson if you were done with your presentation or if you had more things to talk about, because I'm
let's see
kind
here.
of saving my questions for the end, and I just wanted to make sure.
I had some conclusions, but basically our conclusions are that when I look at the basic tenets that we know of microbiology, and I say, do we need to still shelter in place? Our answer is emphatically no. Do we need businesses to be shut down? Emphatically no. Do we need to test them and get them back to work? Yes, we do. The secondary effects that we went over, the child abuse, alcoholism, loss of revenue, all these are, in our opinion, a significantly more detrimental thing to society than a virus that is proven similar in nature to the seasonal flu we have every year. We also need to put measures in place so economic shutdown like this does not happen again. We want to make sure we understand that quarantining the sick is what we do, not quarantining the healthy. We need to make sure if you're gonna dance on someone's constitutional rights, you better have a good reason. You better have a really good scientific reason and not just theory. We're going to work diligently to find a vaccine. And one of the most important things is we need our hospitals back up. We need our furloughed doctors back. We need our nurses back, because when we lift this thing, we're going to need all hands on deck. I know the local hospitals have closed 2 floors. Folks, that's not the situation you want. We're essentially setting ourselves up to have minimal staff, and we're going to have significant disease. That's the wrong combination. So that's kind of the gist of what we wanted to get across today. And I've been working with some of the leaders, and I've talked to the head of the CDPH. I've gotten their opinion on this, and a lot of the leaders in Sacramento, and we're all in agreement. But we need to have Governor Newsom in agreement with us to lift this ban. I've talked to our local head of the health department, and he's waiting for that. Even though they're in agreement with me, they're waiting for the powers that be to lift, because the data is showing us it's time to lift. So if we don't lift, what is the reason?
I want to ask you about testing here in Kern County. We have, according to public health, just under 3,600 pending tests. If you compare that as percentage to the rest of the state, that's very high given we have 900,000 people in the state of 39.5 million. Why is, I know you're not public health, why is our testing, the speed at which it gets done here in Kern County seemingly so bad?
Well, demand. Unless you're going to grab people from their homes, people are afraid. They're sheltering in place. They're having problems with their diabetes and they won't come in. Do you think they're going to come in for a test? Not in your life. They're sheltering at home. So a lot of times you've probably seen our marketing. We do coronavirus testing. We've called the major businesses. You have to have people actually come to perform the test. If they're afraid to come in, which a lot of people are, we can't get the data.
So you're talking about the medical staff as afraid to come in?
No, the patients.
Well, what I'm saying is that we have just under 3,600 pending tests. People who have been tested, but they haven't gotten their results back. That's about half of all of California.
What's the
Why
time
are we
frame?
so slow?
What's the time frame on that?
So this is, according to public health, this was updated this morning at 10 o'clock.
But when were they tested? I mean, it's
that I don't know.
Well, that's the most important. That's the most important piece of data.
So why is a place like Los Angeles County, which has 10.1 million people, have a smaller percentage of pending tests than a place
They do.
like Kern?
How many tests do they do?
Well, I'll piggyback right off of that. So, I mean, if you look at the pending tests within the last 10 days versus the amount of negative and positive cases the county's reporting, it seems like it varies maybe 150 to 200 reports coming in a day, and that large number of just over 3,000 over 3,500 is still there.
Yeah.
So this idea of let's test everybody, do we even have the capacity to do that?
I mean, even if they tested every single person here, there's 900,000 people in Kern County. There's 10.1 million in LA County. So why is Kern County seemingly lagging as opposed to other counties in California? And again, I appreciate that this isn't your fault.
No, it's not about a fault. This is a discussion. We do the majority of testing in Kern County for COVID. We do the majority of testing. And our folks, we have a couple hundred employees, are working night and day to serve this community. So we're at full speed. We can handle a lot more testing. We're seeing about half the volume we normally see. We can double our volume and still take care of, getting the results back. Unfortunately, we don't run them in-house. Nobody does. We depend on major labs that are huge players in the United States. So our job is to evaluate the patient, make sure it's they don't have any other issues, tonsillitis, pneumonia, flu, swab them for COVID, send them to the lab. The lag from the time they get it to the result is usually 2 days. It's a 2-day result, which is in line with everywhere else.
That doesn't seem to be though. I mean, the variation is 150 to 200 within the last 10 days. I mean, they've been sitting with over 3,000 pending tests for a while now. Mm-hmm. So, how many people have you tested? Did you guys say?
Yeah, we went over the numbers. I'll give them to you one more time. We've tested 5,213. We've had 340 positives. Now, we have people calling back from 7 in the morning till midnight. We can only speak to our data collection. Initially, the labs were taking 10 to 12 days to get results. That was about 6 weeks ago. Then they refined their process. They brought in more analyzers. So they automated. They were doing things manually. They automated the process, and now it's 1 to 3 days. All of our data is followed up on. These 5,213, these are called back. We do between 150 and 200 tests every single day of the week, including weekends. We have people calling back till midnight, every single patient. Our data is followed up on. I can't speak to what LA people are doing. I know what we're doing here. These tests have been followed up on. These tests are accurate to date. And if you look at the pending tests, 5,213 is a majority of them. So I know our processes. Maybe the hospitals are not sending them stat. I don't know. But our data is coming around 1 to 3 days.
Got it. So you're saying there's no backlog for you guys?
No. Not at all.
Based on your information, would you say it's safe to open up schools, sporting events, and for people to gather outside again, including gyms?
Yeah, I would start slowly. I think we need to open up the schools, start getting kids back to the immune system. And the major events, the sporting events, these are non-essential. Let's get back to those slowly. Let's start with schools. Let's start with Cafe Rio and the pizza place here, because I can go into Sully's right now, which I did this morning. There was 25 people in there. And I can stand in line for 10 minutes, but I can't go in Cafe Rio and sit there for 10 minutes. Does that make sense to you guys? And I can go into Costco and I can shop with people, and there's probably a couple hundred people, but I can't go in Cafe Rio. So big businesses are open, little businesses are not. There's no science behind that. As we've gone over, that is not science. There's other factors in play that we don't have time to go into, but it's not science. I want to make that clear.
What would you, so you're saying, I'm curious what you think needs to happen, or if someone came to you, the county, and said, what should we do to reopen? Because you said you think testing is important, but are you saying, it sounds like you're saying a slow reopening, starting with the most essential things and working from there. And then how would you propose doing wide-scale testing?
Well, and I've met with all the CEOs and all the hospitals as early as yesterday, and I've met a couple times, and they've said, what's your capacity? We're trying to figure out our capacity. So it's an ongoing discussion, and from our perspective, we've said, let's start back opening the businesses up. People need revenue. They need the food chain. For instance, your Grimway, your Bolt House, they have thousands of employees. Well, they're all working. Have they all been tested? So our thing is start with the food industry and the food chain, test them, and what we're trying to do now is validate a finger stick test so that we can test people in 3 minutes. They're just coming out. So we're actually at noon today, we're supposed to meet with a major lab talking about running the Tiger Top, which is the blood tube alongside the finger test, doing our self-validation over the next week or two, getting that rapid test done so that people can test as they go into work. Boom, 3 minutes, negative, come. And we do that until we find out who has active disease, who's not, and we don't have to do everyone, but a majority of players, and then eventually we treat this like we treat flu, which is if you have the flu and you're feeling fever and body aches, you just stay home. If you have cough, fever, shortness of breath, COVID is more of a respiratory thing, you stay home. You don't get tested. Even when people come with flu, a lot of times we don't test them. We go, you have flu. Here's a medication, or if it's been more than 2 days, you don't get Tamiflu, it works itself out. This virus is the same. You have COVID, go home, let it resolve, and come back.
So someone who would test negative for the antibodies, should they be allowed to go back to work?
They should, because they may be negative for the antibody for years. They may never get flu. We have people in their 50s who have never had flu.
So you're just saying anybody who doesn't have an active coronavirus infection should be allowed to go back to
Absolutely.
work, whether they have the antibodies for it or not?
Right.
Okay.
But you're saying that once we have the testing in place, is that correct?
Well, if you have no symptoms, you should be able to return to work. Are you an asymptomatic viral shedder? Maybe, but we can't test all of humanity.
Well, I think one thing I also wanted to add is we're going to miss cases. Sure. We're going to miss cases of coronavirus, just like we miss cases of the flu. I think one thing that is being televised is that we need to capture every single coronavirus patient. No, we don't, because that's not reality. Theory and reality are very, very different. We worked in ERs for 15 years. Theory and reality are very different. It would be nice to capture every coronavirus patient, yes, but is that realistic? Are we going to keep the economy shut down for 2 years and vaccinate everybody? That's an unrealistic expectation, I think. So you're going to cause financial ruin, domestic violence, suicide, rape, violence, and what are you going to get out of it? You're still going to miss a lot of cases. So we need to treat this like the flu, which is familiar. And eventually, this will mutate and become less and less virulent. Because patients who are asymptomatic or silent shedders usually have the milder version of the coronavirus, right? Because it's milder, that's why they're not as symptomatic. And that tends to spread quicker than the more virulent forms.
Karen Claw, I'm sorry, from PGT gave me some questions to ask. One of them was, what sources do you cite to back your claims? What scientific papers and studies can you send out to us? Are there other people?
This is too early. Scientific studies, double-blind clinical controlled trials take time, years. So we're doing the best with the data we have. I gave you the statistics. This is all common knowledge you can find online. This is their countries reporting to these different news entities. This is all common knowledge. This is not based on double-blind clinical controlled trials. Again, we've been studying microbiology for 20 years. This is our life goal. In our 20s and 30s, 40s, this is what we do. We throw this information against the backdrop of knowledge, We both have degrees in this, and say, is this legitimate? I don't need a double-blind, clinically controlled trial to tell me if sheltering in place is appropriate. That is a college-level understanding of microbiology.
That's next year. Next year, 2 years down the line. A lot of times in medicine, you have to make educated decisions with the data that you have. I can sit up, in the 47th floor in the penthouse and say, we should do this, this, and this, but I haven't seen a patient for 20 years. That's not realistic. We're using the basic data that we have here, which we're happy to share with you guys. We have all the data. This is our data from Kern County. And because we're the largest testing center for Kern County, we're assuming our data is accurate for this specific area.
How many tests have you guys done, and how many of your tests have come up positive?
5,000. We've done 5,236.
5,213.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. 5,213, and we have 340
positive.
340 positives.
6.5% is our number.
Is it coming to the point where it's getting unhealthy to stay inside and doing all these shelter-in-place orders?
I think so. I mean, sorry to cut you off. Your vitamin D levels go down. You're not outside. You're not, your mood goes down. When your mood goes down, you're more likely to get sick. You get depression. Going outside is healthy. I mean, why can't you go to the park and walk around, but you can go to Home Depot and nobody's wearing a mask? It doesn't make sense. The inconsistencies and the incongruencies make no sense. That's the bottom line.
So when Governor Newsom says restaurants after the stay-at-home order, you might see waiters and waitresses wearing gloves and masks and giving you disposable menus, you guys disagree with that?
No, it's not. We don't disagree with that. I mean, I think you can look at it from two different ways. I think if you're healthy and you don't have significant comorbidities and you're not immunodeficient and you're not elderly, you should be able to go out without any gloves and without a mask. I think if you are those things, you should either shelter in place or wear a mask and gloves. I don't think everybody needs to wear a mask and gloves because it reduces your bacterial flora. It doesn't allow you to interact with society, and your bacteria flora and your viruses, your friends that protect you from other diseases, end up going away, and now you're more likely to get opportunistic infections that are hoping you don't have your good bugs fighting for you, if that makes sense.
So doctors, you guys are calling for, as you said, gradual opening up, and with that we have to increase our testing. But if you look at the numbers per capita, California is the 4th lowest state per capita testing. The U.S. is below almost every Western European nation per capita testing, minus I think the UK and France.
And Germany.
Places like, no, we're lower than everybody minus the UK and France per capita. I think we're about 12,500 per million, and UK and France are about 8,000. Okay. If you look at places like Germany and Denmark that are beginning to open up, their testing rates per capita are 3 times higher than what ours are. We also have their test positive rate is between 3 and 12%, which is what the World Health Organization says should be the positive rate. Ours is closer to 20% nationally. So at what stage do you think we get that adequate testing, which you guys are calling for, where we can start to take those approaches to get our economy moving again, start opening up?
Well,
do you think we're there now or no?
I think that's an excellent question. I think the problem with wanting widespread testing versus not being scared enough to come to a facility to get widespread testing are two different things. If you're at home seeing tons and tons of people die, I don't want to go to accelerated. I don't want to get testing. That fear prevents people from coming in. When this unknown, the unknown always scares us. So, in my opinion, what are the risks? What are the benefits of social isolation? And we think that the risks of social isolation are too high.
So you guys own and run this facility, is that correct?
We have 7, yes, all of them. Yep.
What would you say to critics who would say, well, they've got a stake in this game, they are pushing this data, or their representation of this data because they don't want to lose money? What would you say to those folks who say, I'm going to believe, maybe someone else who, the wider world scientific community who says these 2 doctors, despite their, intelligence, they have an ulterior motive? What would you say to those people?
Talk to ER doctors who have no ulterior motive. They have the same viewpoint. There's a post today from a doctor from Wisconsin. I encourage you all to read it. I'll share his story with you. It is exactly what we're saying. And he eloquently displays, he's an ER doctor. He says, I'm walking into this war zone. Our ICUs are empty. I'm scared to go to my own place of work. There's no patients, but we have people in hazmat suits checking my temperature as I walk through the doors. He's like, something else is going on here. This is not about science, and it's not even about COVID. When they use the word safe, The word safe, if you listen to the word safe, that's about controlling you. So when I talk to all my ER doctors who work in a hospital, no stake in the game, same opinion. That's how I'll answer your question. We all have the same opinion.
So then you say that, so hospitals are losing money right now, most of them. But at the same time, you said earlier that doctors are feeling pressure from hospital administrations to put COVID down as a reason of death, which would presumably instill more fear in people. Doesn't that go against that whole line of thought? Why would they do that if it was going to cause more fear and cause them to lose more money?
Exactly. There's something else going on, and that's a different discussion.
We don't know. I mean, we're just here to present the scientific
facts.
That's
a political discussion.
So you think some hospital administrators are undercutting their own bottom line?
We're presenting the medical data here. I mean, what I think about politics is irrelevant. We're presenting the medical data.
We need to stay on things that we can answer intelligently, which is not why does a CEO of some hospital in Wisconsin do that. We need to stay on the topic of, do we need to shelter in place, and does that make sense from the microbiology knowledge we've known for 30 years? The sciences haven't changed. We live our life in the life sciences. Biology, biochemistry, microbiology. So everything that you're asking us goes against that sheet of information. Why people do things at a hospital is not really our area of expertise. So from what we're seeing right now, it's time to open back up. The science says it is. The models we have been using from predictions to predict the amount of disease are not accurate. This information is accurate. It models the flu. Let's go back to work. That's what the data is saying. Not models. Data is saying that.
Would you say, though, that, I mean, like a situation in New York City, that's not like a flu? I mean, the hospitals there are completely overwhelmed and swamped, and people, working in the ERs are dying from this. So, I mean, that's not just a flu type situation, right?
Look at Italy in 2017. Hospital systems overwhelmed, people dying. Overwhelmed system from the flu. This happens from the flu. If you've been working in the ERs, I've seen multiple people, hallways full, people dying, news media there, stories going on from the flu. This does happen. This does happen.
It's not just the flu. It's the flu. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. People think it's just the flu. It's just coronavirus. What's the difference? You're used to the flu. You're used to saying it's just the flu. FLU, influenza, is something we've grown up with. You're used to it. You're used to it, right? If somebody commits suicide today, you're like, yeah, that person committed suicide, it's awful. Or if somebody dies today from the flu, they died from the flu. It's awful, terrible, but we're used to it. We're not used to coronavirus. Not used to something brings fear. Human beings don't like change.
I just, from the things that I've been reading, even, doctors working in the ERs in New York City, I haven't heard any one of them saying, oh, it's similar to a flu outbreak. They were pretty impacted by swine flu in New York City, but I haven't heard anybody really say, oh, it's just like swine flu was. Have you?
They're getting hit hard. They're a hot zone. And we don't ride subways with 1,000 people in a small car that are this close. They had reasons for the disease. And coronavirus is shown to be very contagious. Let's be clear. It is contagious. We're not saying it's not. It may even be, from what I've read, more contagious and spread more rapid. But the actual cause of death and the disease cycle is similar to what we're seeing from the flu, with more of a respiratory component. And they were screaming for ventilators. What percent of people die on ventilators? 80, 90%? Once you're on a ventilator, if you understand, you're in a bad shape. And they're screaming for 30,000 ventilators that they didn't use, right? They're screaming for a lot of things. 30,000, they used 5. How many 100% over did they order? How many hundreds of millions of dollars? Entire companies, GM, were forced to switch their production lines. For what? I'm saying the secondary causes of what we're seeing, oil shutdown. We have predictable negatives from lockdown. Predictable negatives. Corona has unpredictable negatives.
No, I see what you're saying. It sounds like you're saying, we actually have some data to look at now, and in the beginning we didn't really know, but now we can draw some conclusions.
And those conclusions that you guys were able to draw, really the entire nation, do you think, respectively, the numbers are low in those ratios that you were mentioning, the fatality versus how many people have them, because we've been social distancing? Now, you don't think it's because since we started doing these, that those models that our county health shows how effective social distancing is, that's all false?
But that's why we went over Sweden and Norway. We went over Sweden and Norway because you have lockdown, no lockdown. Sweden, no lockdown. Norway, lockdown. That's 10 million, that's 15 million people. We have the data. That's what I just went over with you. Lockdown.
Norway and Sweden also have drastically different testing standards and metrics. Norway is basically testing everybody. Sweden, they're only testing you if you end up in a hospital.
No, that's not accurate. They're not testing everybody.
Well, of course, they're not testing all 5.5 million Norwegians, but their testing is much more widespread.
The bottom line is, from those of us who study it and have a background in this, is lockdown versus non-lockdown did not produce a statistically different number of deaths. That is the bottom line.
That we know of. Right, so people could be dying in their home or from other things, but if Sweden, if they're not being tested, then they don't know what the cause of death is.
Yeah, and if you were to give me a test on analyzing these numbers and trying to, I probably wouldn't perform so well. I guess what I'm trying to cross-reference is I hear our president, I hear our governor say social distancing is working. And you guys are saying it's not needed. So I guess that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Like, why is that?
It was needed initially.
Are they lying? Are they lying?
It was needed initially. They actually, we both agree with exactly what they did initially because we didn't know. It was an unknown. Now it is becoming known. Initially, when you don't know something, you're extra careful because you're fearful. It's just like when you see a patient and they're very sick, you test for everything because you're scared. You're fearful. But then as you see more of those patients, you realize, hey, I know what to test for, right? It's shotgun effect versus sniper effect, right? So initially when this data came out of a new virus that's lethal, they went all out. And I think that was appropriate. But now that we have the data, we're seeing that 97% of patients completely recover. And those 4 patients that die, they have over 90% comorbidities. Let's run through that one more time. Out of 100 people, if 96 do fine, the 4 that die, 90% of those 4 have comorbidities. Heart failure, emphysema, rheumatoid arthritis, lupus. They're on immunomodulating medications. They're immunodeficient, HIV. These are the people that are dying. You get some healthy people that die, but that's an infinitesimal number. Tiny.
So, and you think that differentiation of the conclusions that you doctors are drawing versus them is because they are academics or something along that line? What you were saying?
Well, I think we're in the weeds. We work with this every single day, and the numbers don't make sense to us. And they don't make sense to ER physicians and physicians all over the country. It's not just us.
Okay. So, and then my final question, just to make sure we get it right, I think you guys did this. Please get your first or last name or spelling, please. Your first or last name or spelling, please. Thank you, sir.
Dan Erickson, that's DANERICKSON.
Perfect, thank you.
Artin, ARTIN, MASSIHI.
Awesome, thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
ARTIN?
Yes. Thanks, Brad.
Hey guys, thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys.
And you guys are the co-owners of the Accelerated Urgent Care? Okay. I'm just looking through to make sure that I answered all of Karen's questions.
We're not saying we're right. We're saying, here's the data, here's what we understand. Mm-hmm. It's not a you're right and you're wrong thing. It's the way we interpret data. We work in the field, and some people that are not working in the field and still getting a paycheck have a different opinion. If you weren't getting a paycheck, you might have a different opinion. Yeah. If you weren't getting a paycheck, if everybody in here is getting a paycheck, right? Cafe Rio is not. They've all been furloughed. Mm-hmm. When you don't get a paycheck, your opinions start switching. If you were at home, furloughed, for the unforeseeable future, would you be excited about staying sheltering in place?
No, I mean, I completely understand. I mean, we're seeing this around the country now, I think. You know, that people are demanding that they be allowed to go back to work and...
Well, it's also, at what point, who says what's safe? Are you smart enough to know what's safe for you? Or is the government going to tell you what's safe for you? Who tells you what's... As soon as they use the word safe, that means control. We know what's safe for you. You're too dumb to understand disease, you see. We know what's safe. And so they're going to use this model for different things. We got a bomb threat from China. Everybody stay in their home for 3 months. What? They are using this to see how much of their freedom can they take from you. And will you roll over and stay in your house? And it's working. And if you notice the way Americans are responding, if you go to any gun store in town, guess what they're out of? Ammo. None of them have ammo. I went to 3 of them. They said thousands of rounds have been bought. Why? People are mad. They're starting to post on my Facebook with their AKs going, let's roll. So what I'm saying is, let's avoid all that. Because if you stomp on our freedoms, that has one ending, and it's violence.
All right. Well, thank you, guys.
Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3. Figured we'd discuss a little bit about David Crowley's Gray State script. Hope everyone can hear me okay. And we are live. Today is, what is today, the 25th or the 26th? I don't even know. 26th. Today is Sunday, April 26, 2020. And I'm just going to leave this message really quickly on YouTube. And figured we go through David Crowley's script, the May 12th script. Might be fun, right? Let me just make sure everybody can hear me okay. All of you out there in YouTube land, hope you're having a good Sunday. Seems like my audio is a little low. Let me go ahead and try to boost that. Hey there, Sojourner. Can hear well? Awesome. Thanks for joining me here. I'm just going to break in to this live or replay stream, which I normally do a replay stream, and I'll probably take this part that we're going to cover right now and come back and edit down this one part here, but I'm just going to leave a message in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. If anybody would like to join in the chat, I want them to be able to. So, just give me 1 second here. Breaking in to go live here to discuss David Crowley's Gray State script. Come on in. Oh, it'd probably help if I left the link. Sorry. It's been that type of day. It's about 12:30 p.m. here, and I'm just going through. Let me see if this will share. Hopefully that'll work. Just want to read through some of this from David Crowley's script here. I think it's a really good script, so we'll see how far, time permitting, see how far I can get through this script. I don't know if any of you have read it. I'm not sure if any of you are a part of the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. I hope you are. If you're not, please consider joining. We got 3,300 members. That's very, very awesome. Really impressive stuff. I think we had about 80 people just in the last couple days. Worldwide, too. and I know a lot of it is related to this coronavirus thing. So it's very interesting, the lasting impression, the long-lasting impression that David Crowley has had 5 years after his death. And I don't know about you, but I do not believe David Crowley is guilty based on all the documentation that we have. And there are several places you can get all the documentation. One of the places that you can go to is my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. First thing you'll see is a link to my book where you can read the book. You click on that. If you click on this image here, once you go there, then you can download the book free. If you would like a physical copy, you can go right here to purchase a physical copy. And the get signed thing is not working right now, but if you would like to get a signed book for whatever reason, you can message me that, and I will make that happen. I think with all of this coronavirus garbage, I don't know when I would be able to send those out, but I have had a few people who wanted the signed copy. So yes, we are live. So we are not live in the group, we're just live here on YouTube. What I've done is I've broken into my regular replay stream just so I could go live here. It's just easier, I figure, instead of stopping the stream and starting a whole new stream. I figure I'll just break in here, and then later on I can just edit this part into its own video and post onto YouTube. So just wanted to do that for a few minutes. We'll see how much time we got to go here. Sojourner says, I downloaded the book, hadn't started reading yet, but watching all of the videos here. Awesome. Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And there are a lot of videos. And I think that's one thing that I often forget, is that, there are still a lot of people that have never heard about David Crowley case. And for the ones that have, there are a lot of people who don't really, who haven't had time, really, to go through all of the data and everything that will help them come to their own conclusion about what they think happened with David Crowley. That's very important. Don't let anybody try to tell you what happened. You will be able to see what happened and what didn't happen, more likely. But yes, Dank, we are live right now. There's 7 people in the chat room, so I want to thank everybody there. It's possible we might get some more people filtering in here as well, and I will try to stay live for as long as I can. Again, time permitting. We will see how far I can get. But I've been itching to discuss David Crowley's script, and so I just cannot hold back any longer. So I apologize if you haven't read the script, if you don't want it to be spoiled and everything. You probably don't want to listen to this or watch this. But I'm just leaving another message on my Facebook Facebook page, The Gray Stage. I do have a page on Facebook called The Gray Stage. And so I'm just leaving the same message there. Live right now, talking about David Crowley's script. So there are 2 that we have, and it's not 100% clear which one comes first, but if you go to thegraystage.wordpress.com and scroll down to the bottom, you'll see all of the documents, and see all the documents that we have, and you'll be able to just download those right now. So there are 2 scripts. There is one that is dated and one that isn't. So my personal feeling is that the one that is dated is the one that came after version 6. So I think version 6 was made first, and then the Gray State script revision dated 5/12/15. I think that is the one that came out later, and really that should be 5/12/14. So I don't know, that was probably me just getting the date wrong, maybe, I'm not sure, I'll have to check that. So I'm just gonna go back to the live stream, but if you guys have any questions or anything, you know, we can always talk about that too. It's just, I've just been itching to kind of go over this script. So the one I'm going to focus on is the Gray State script revision 5.12.15. So I'm just going to go down here and download that. This is 126 pages. I believe this is the one that got David his deal. That's what I believe. That's what I think. So the date here, May 12th, 2014. Gray State, written by David Crowley. It's got his address there. You can see copyright 2014, David Crowley. Scene 1. See if I can make this a little bit bigger here. And I wonder if I can even... Oh, look at that. What do you know? What do you know? I don't know. Oh, okay, it won't let me go any bigger on that, so I'll probably get out of that view. Firefox. Usually like Firefox, but not working out well for me right now. Okay, so let me just scroll down here. Fade in, scene 1, exterior Afghanistan Valley, sunrise. A lone Taliban insurgent, turban and slung AK, silhouetted against the morning sky. He leads a column of fighters discreetly down the mountain pass into the valley, titled Tora Bora, Afghanistan, 8 weeks after 9/11. And I thought that was an interesting, I mean, this is the way the script really starts. It takes you right into it. It's very important to note that Danny Mason's character is not in the script. So I was looking for how his character would play a role in this script, and come to find he's not even in here. He's written out already by May 12, 2014. He's gone. So we start in Afghanistan. We're in Tora Bora, 8 weeks after 9/11. 1,000 yards away in a dug-in observation post, Special Forces Staff Sergeant Daniel Walker, this is our main character here, Daniel Walker watches them through a spotting scope. So they're going after Osama bin Laden. And for those of you that know about how quickly, after 9/11, how quickly the focus turned from going after Osama bin Laden, and then all of a sudden it goes into Saddam Hussein. So I think for a lot of us, that was, it was like, well, what's the tie between Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein? Why are we going after this guy? If Osama bin Laden pulled off 9/11, why isn't the focus on him? And so that's kind of that was the first thing that stuck out to me with this script here. Remember, David served in Afghanistan. He served in Iraq too. I think he served in Iraq first. I could be wrong on that. But between 2005 and 2009 is when he served, if my memory serves me correctly. So we're taken right into it, right into Afghanistan. And the team leader, Eddie Knight, rolls over. Is it him? Watching intently through the scope, Daniel spots the flash of a face. Confirmed. So they have spotted Osama bin Laden in scene 1. Lots of good stuff here that we're seeing already. They have confirmed. They have him. They have Osama bin Laden. And as we know how all this turns out, well, we lost him. Sorry. Confirmed. Air Force JTAC operator Stack looks up from his maps. Now, Stack is going to play a very important role in this script here, too. So, let me not get too far ahead of myself. AC-130 on station, just give the word. Knight passes Daniel the radio while he settles behind an infrared target illuminator. Daniel. Missionary 6, Karma 3, we have PID on Geronimo. Geronimo is a code word for Osama bin Laden. Plus 15-foot mobiles. They'll be in Pakistan by breakfast. And we know that Osama bin Laden does, according to the official theory, he does end up escaping into Pakistan. They'll be in Pakistan by breakfast, requesting clearance for bird call over. So a lot of this, a lot of that for me is like, I have no idea what these guys are talking about. It's all military terms. I'm assuming this is all accurate military terms. People who have served, who still serve, or who have researched a lot of that stuff probably know how accurate this stuff that he's talking about is. But, picture yourself watching this on a movie and you're just like, okay, I know who Osama bin Laden. I don't know any of these other characters. I don't know Daniel. I don't know Stack. I don't know, them, but I know Osama bin Laden. So you know what is happening here. The first scene, they're going after Osama bin Laden, who is in Afghanistan, and by breakfast will be in Pakistan. They know this. All right, exterior mountain camp continuous. Delta Commander Mike Bowen strides intently through the mountain base camp. American sniper forces and Afghani army walking together. Very important too. Takes the radio. Bowen, into the mic. Karma 3, go team internal. Behind him, short, pushy female CIA bitch stands between Bowen's team sergeant and allied Afghan militia. Now, the CIA bitch, this is an interesting one because it's a weird name, when you're trying to, it tells you everything that you need to know about this person, really. But at the same time, after this, she's never seen again. So that to me was like, well, this was a character that I was expecting, you kind of expect in the first scene, in the last scene, everything kind of comes together. And this is one of the gaps, I think, in David's script. And there are several. But I thought that this was one of the gaps that was kind of missing. There was no payoff for this CIA bitch. Kind of weird. But let's see. Iraq was Desert Storm. That's right. Dank also says DS 2.0 had to test in the new 5G. Sojourner says I'm a vet. It means positive ID. Interesting. Okay. POID. Got it. Or PID. Thank you for that. Alright, Masterson bullshit. They surrendered. Get them out of our way. So, they saying Osama bin Laden have surrendered? It's a little confused there. Still a little confused on that. But the purpose of these first few scenes are just like boom, boom, boom. It's supposed to take you right into it. Things that we already know. Some of the most depressing things that we've seen since 2001. September 11th, Osama bin Laden, Afghanistan, Tora Bora. We know what happened there. There's a great book called Jawbreaker that focuses on Tora Bora. I thought that was really good. Okay, so Masterson and the CIA bitch are kind of going at it, and the CIA bitch says we have to honor treaties stuck by tribal leaders. Get out of that truck. Major Bowen, pull your team in. This mission is over. So they have a positive ID on Osama bin Laden, and the CIA is telling them to get out, to pull out. Huge statement right there. For a lot of people, it might just go over their head, but for anybody that has researched September 11th, Osama bin Laden, it's like, wow, this is pretty close, pretty accurate to what they say really happened here. So I'm gonna just keep continuing to read. The Afghan rebels point their AKs threateningly at the American. Bowen turns away and keys his throat mic as CIA bitch goes back to hand flipping for peace. Bowen, Karma 3, Missionary 6, we're getting fucked from above. Do you have eyes on Intercut? Phone conversation. The last insurgent lingers outside the cave. Daniel, yes. Bowen says, burn him. Hands and voices still, but hearts racing, eyes locked on the distant cave entrance. Daniel, keys a target illuminator. And can someone maybe help me out with that, with the target illuminator, what that is too? It'd be interesting. I guess just a very nice target. Are we talking about like a infrared, like a predator type heat-seeking target thing? I was just curious about that. Stack over radio, Mailman 21, target is painted, send it. So a lot of this stuff, is like, I don't understand what they're really talking about. It sound to me, just the overall is just, well, they're getting him. They've got Osama bin Laden. Now they're being told to pull back. Roger, firing 40, Mike. The thumbs of explosions reach the camp. The CIA bitch turns around, listens, and then glares at Bowen, who stares calmly back in a hard poker face. She whirls back to her chopper. Spin 'em up, let's go. So, looks like they defied the CIA person, and that's the thing. Did they get Osama bin Laden? I was a little confused there until we get to the next scene here. Exterior valley, sunrise. Daniel's team has packed and is already moving down the mountainside. Interior cave day. Dust is still settling as the team moves into the clearing near the cave. There are a lot of bodies, but no sign of Geronimo. No sign of Osama bin Laden. Daniel spots movement, pulls Stack into the ground, just as ambush, gunfire, incoming RPG, boom. The smoke clears. Knight groans. One of his legs has been blown off. Daniel, dazed, coughing, gets to his feet. The Taliban come at them through the trees. Okay, interior helicopter day. CIA bitch yells over the rotor roar, her finger wagging in Bowen's face. They came in over the cave. Below them, Stack carries Daniel back to the clearing. CIA bitch and her security guys hop off the bird. She starts her yelling as the chopper goes back into a hover. Stack slides in, rendering aid as CIA bitch hustles over. Stack, did we get him, Dan? CIA bitch pushes Stack to the side. Get away from him. You're all getting court-martialed. So again, it's like a stand-down order, and they said, nope, we're not standing down. We're getting him. We're going after him. That's the way that I kind of looked at it. Painting it with a laser or the like. It's optics as in scope. Okay. Alright. Good to know. She looks up, hand signals to the pilot. Pick up this one, and that's it. So, there we go. Title credits. Okay, so then we get the title credits, and here's the montage. So it's kind of, I don't know, people who saw the 2012 trailer, I think this is where I was looking for anything similar between the 2012 trailer and this script here. This is one of the few things, I think, in that 2012 trailer that is even remotely similar to what we see. So title credits, news clip montage. News 2001. After a chase through the Tora Bora Mountains by U.S. Special Forces, it appears that Osama bin Laden, the 911 mastermind, has escaped into Pakistan. News. Without an obvious goal, U.S. military presence in the Middle East has escalated into Iraq war, dead children, depleted uranium defects. Powerful stuff here. Newspaper clippings record Henry Kissinger quote, depopulation should be the highest priority of U.S. foreign policy towards the third world. The depopulation, I think, is a big reference to what we're seeing right now with this whole coronavirus thing and all that. And I do think that's part of it, part of what we're going through. Sweaty preacher to his congregation. War, famine, collapse, pray Christians, judgment is at hand, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. This is a big question, too, that I had because I was trying to find references of David Crowley being a Christian, and it wasn't that easy, but it is there. He is quoted saying that he is a Christian. He's a little hesitant at in some of his quotes about Christianity, and so that bothered me because you as a Christian you should be proud of that, and I felt like he was kind of holding back, and maybe people were even telling him he should hold back. It's going to hurt his film, it's going to hurt his project if it's too Christian. And I think that, if true, I think that was wrong on his part. He should have went more towards it, because a lot of that stuff I think he would have had some really good views on. But just saying. Dank is saying that Kim Jong-un is dead. Wow, really? I'm really curious to see what that means, because I remember they were saying Kim Jong-un had a brain tumor or something like that, or he was in a vegetative state. I thought it was weird when Donald Trump was asked last week. Donald Trump was asked about Kim Jong-un, and he didn't. He said he didn't want to talk about it. He probably knew then. All right, getting back to this script here. Let's see. So the preacher, world leader, and it is interesting that it's a Christian preacher. It could have been anybody. It could have just been something, but he's specifically talking to the Christians. Judgment is at hand, and there is nothing you can do to stop it. It's almost like a defeatist preacher. I've been to some of those churches, so yeah, I don't know. And I think they went to a Lutheran church. I think David was brought up in a Lutheran church. I know one of the conference calls that you heard, if you were watching the replay, was we spoke with a couple who actually went to church with David's parents, and there was some good stuff there. I think that was conference call number 5. Conference call number 5, or 5 or 6, I think. Yeah, botched heart surgery. Okay. Sojourner says, this means nothing is in the way for bringing in the NWO, all that David tried to share with us. And he's still sharing it with us. And I think that's a very valid, very valuable point, is that it is worth it. He took a chance. He didn't have to make a movie about this. He was a talented filmmaker. He went to film school. If you've seen his short films and other projects that he's done, he had a lot of talent. He didn't need to do this. And there's two schools of thoughts that I keep hearing. Is that one is that, well, he did it because that's where the money is. He wanted to cash in on suckers. And then the other one is, that he actually sacrificed some of his opportunities, some of his doors closed because of what we are reading right now. And maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. So, let's see. World leaders laughing with crowds of cheering sycophants, waving political campaign signs of Uri's Wasik, an old tough politician. This is a very important character here. This is the antagonist. So that name will be very important in caps. Indie media confronting Kissinger with cameras before being pushed out by security. It's probably, was that We Are Change, maybe? I remember something like that happening with one of the Rothschilds, but no, Bigny Brzezinski with Luke Radowski. So it's kind of a play off that, but maybe there are some footage of Henry Kissinger, same thing happening. I wouldn't doubt it. GNN News, that's pretty interesting. Instead of CNN News. Now that is in the trailer too. So GNN News is one of the other things that made it into David's 2014 script. Remember, the date of the script is very important because it's right before David meets with Michael Entertainment Group, which used to have a Facebook page, and now that is completely gone. So if we were to look up Michael Entertainment Group, let's see what happens. But I'm not sure, it's like after all this, I don't know, there were two Mikes, Mike Bozio and Michael O'Donnell. So they did have, looks like they still have the Facebook, but they had a website. So I don't know whatever happened with it, but I guess it just got taken down. Well, maybe this is it here. Michael Brothers, that's different. But the Michael Entertainment Group, these were the guys who David was working with to make that. This is them. 'Cause I noticed the logo here. But David was working with them, and they were going to budget a film for $30 million. That was their goal. That was their plan. That's what they figured that it would cost, according to the president of MEG, Michael Entertainment Group, according to Michael Bozio. So you can see they're still somewhat active here. That's cool. Glad to hear that. But he would be one, Michael Bozio would be a good one to to talk with at some point. They did a lot of things, and it's just very interesting. The interview, if you haven't seen it, that Dan Hinton did with Michael Boggio is definitely worth watching. It's about maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes or so. Yeah, Global News Network, GNN, that's exactly what it is. Commonly known as so Sojourn says G News Network, commonly known as GNN, is a Pakistani 24-hour news and current affairs channel based in Lahore, Pakistan. Good to know. I did not know that. That's interesting. I wonder if David purposely did it like that, kind of a play on CNN. How would you compare CNN to G News Network? Is it all fake news over there too? Let me go back here. Okay, so GNN News is reporting Osama bin Laden finally killed in 2011. So it gives us kind of a time period of where we're at here. First seen is obviously in 2001. We're 10 years later here. They've got Osama. Obama is in. The world is great, right? Jay Leno, late night comedian Jay Leno. And then before anyone could see it, they dumped the body into the ocean. Yeah, that was another weird thing too. I did not watch any of the movies about Osama bin Laden, SEAL Team 6, anything like that. You know, I couldn't do it. I just thought it was just all gonna be garbage. So then it goes to worldwide rioting. 2011. Rioting. News clips, 2011. Helicopter full of Navy SEALs responsible for death of Osama bin Laden shot down. All KIA killed in action. Very odd. Dead men tell no tales, right? Okay. Let's see. News. The U.S. Special Forces community has begun to voice its distrust in its leaders. News. Today, the president announced expansion of powers granted the National Security Division, an agency critics are calling a privatized army. News. The United States, Russia, and China attempt peaceful negotiations with North Korea. The United States, Russia, and China attempt peace negotiations after North Korea begins a barrage of artillery against Seoul. News. A general. The only way we can cull North Korea is the nuclear option. News. Mandatory. News. Mandatory RFID clinics and gun registration laws passed. Here we go. RFID clinics. Now we see that in the 2012 trailer. That's definitely there. Gun registration laws passed. We know that they've been trying to do that, and in some cases they are. Some of the local law enforcement, at least in the California area, are fighting it, and I know in other states they are too. So it's good to hear. I think in Houston too. I forget where else, but I remember reading a couple things where guns were deemed essential, and they are, especially during this time. If you don't have one, get one. Get one. Technological implication that the news is being fed into everyone's smartphone and TV. That's an interesting one. David was often on his smartphone. He did not have a TV at his home. But all of a sudden, I believe after November, there's no activity. People are calling David, but he's not answering. And again, all of that can be found in the documents on my website. You can always go to the home page, scroll down to the bottom, and you can find those phone records. They should be in here somewhere. So I got all 4 of the phone records. There are 4 in total. David's old number, Kamel's old number, David's new number, and Kamel's new number. So you can see the people that are calling him, and there's not a lot of response on David's side. So take that for what you will. Okay, now we're getting into Wasik, the antagonist. Wasik, a tall, thin, sinister man in a suit in a 1970s TV show interview. That kind of gives you an idea how old this guy is in the current time, in the present day. Wasik, in the next century, nations as we know it will be obsolete. All states will recognize a single global authority. We will have a new world order, either by consent or conquest. We know that that's been the key tagline of Gray State for years. Definitely another reference in the 2012 trailer that is there. All right. Exterior in Minneapolis, morning. This is another good place to stop right here, just to kind of say that David's script is focused heavily, mostly all of it is, in Minnesota, in the state, in the Twin Cities area. But when Michael Entertainment got involved, one of the last things, when David met with Michael Entertainment in September of 2014, they felt that it needed to be more of a national level. So instead of it being a state issue, they wanted David's project to be more on a national level, which I do not agree with, but that's okay. You know, I'm not in Hollywood. I don't know anything about it. Which made me think, yeah, David did kind of go dark in those last times. He was still communicating with people. His wife was still communicating with people. She was still meeting with friends. It's not like they were sheltered in the home, which is what people would want you to think, but there's evidence that shows that that's not true. The financial records, too, we can also look at those and kind of see, you know, what their purchases are and when their purchases were. But they're moving around. The daughter's still going to school up until December 19th, 2014. The bodies are found January 17th, 2015. So, you know, there's not that much of a time where they're just like sheltered in their home and nobody can leave, nobody can do anything. That's just simply not true when you look at the actual documentation. All right, exterior Minneapolis morning, a black National Security Division helicopter thumps over the city neighborhood. So we're in the police state. Riots are happening. We're literally in it. And this guy named Daniel Walker, he is a cop involved in all this. All right, interior Daniel's house, bedroom, morning. Daniel Walker wakes up and looks to the window. The thumping noise recedes. He reaches over. She's gone. His cell phone buzzes on the nightstand. He smiles when he sees who it is. It was probably whoever was with him last night. Daniel, hey, no, just getting up. Laughs, yeah. He sits up. The sheets fall from his body. So he wakes up to the sound of the helicopter humming, kind of like how he would when he was back in Afghanistan. To me, it's like I can visualize all of this, the way that it's written, and you know, it's very easy to visualize all this stuff. We don't really know who he is in Minnesota yet, but that will come. I think a lot of the missing stuff that will be missing is the visuals to show that we are already in lockdown at this point. The police state in Minneapolis is already here. People have accepted it. People are fighting it, but we're in it right now. So let's keep reading on. He sits up. The sheets fall from his body. He is in his 30s, fit and strong. An ugly scar runs up the right side of his back, up his neck. So that's probably what happened in the Tora Bora issue. He stretches his right shoulder actively. It feels great, a lot better. He laughs again at something she says. His room is full of unopened boxes, bare walls. I don't have to be there till 9, so can I see you later? She accepts. Victory. Series of shots again. Lots of montage. Everything is moving very, very fast. Very fast. And really, the whole script moves very fast, but especially in these first scenes. And a movie like this is one that it forces you to go back, watch it a couple times. You'll miss a few things. You'll learn new things the more that you go back and watch it. So I think that's very interesting. Is there proof that they are indeed deceased? Well, I mean, they have the bodies, they have the autopsies, so I would say so. Series of shots. Thump, 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 thump. Daniel sprints the last mile on the treadmill. Daniel showers. A smart meter reading his water usage blinks a green light and the water shuts off. Bathroom later. Sparse, clean. Daniel buttons a Minneapolis Police Department dress uniform. So he's a cop in Minneapolis. The collar covering the scar on his neck. Yeah, it's a very good, quick, easy way to get you caught up to let you know who this guy is and what happened to him and where he's at right now. Interior Security Office Day. Fat security slob drinks coffee, moves camera controls, watching Dan leave the building and enter the parking lot. This is very similar to a scene in the Gray State 2012 trailer too, where there's a guy sitting there with his coffee and he's looking at a bunch of screens and watching all these people. This is a complete police state, a controlled environment. Cameras are everywhere. They're running people's lives. Like they said, they're in your smartphones. The government is in your smartphones. They're on your TV. You know, they're inside of all that. It is a complete lockdown in many ways. Exterior city parking lot day. Gunshots and distant sirens. Just another war zone. Daniel walks to his car. A big black WASIC symbol has been spray painted over his 911 Truth bumper sticker. I thought that was a very important thing too, because one of the things that I wanted to know was David Crowley's view on September 11th. And I think this again gives us a nice clear shot to see what his view on September 11th was, and how you know, he was definitely looking into the 911 Truth thing, I would say, right? So that's another interesting point there. And we know that in his office bedroom, David Crowley's office bedroom, we know what was found on one of his lists that he checked off was WTC-7. And I thought that was very critical, because World Trade Center 7 is 911 Truth. I mean, it basically, even for people who don't want to believe anything about 911, Building 7 fell. I think a 47-story building fell on September 11th. It was across the street from the Twin Towers. Fell later that same day at free fall speed in 6 seconds, and no plane hit it. So that's a big one for me. Let's see, he looks at it for a second and sees the security fence was cut and most of the cars have been vandalized. He tries to thumb the paint off. Nope. So now he's going to have to drive around with a 911 Truth bumper sticker that has been spray painted with WASIC, the WASIC symbol. And I'm not sure what the WASIC symbol is. I'd be curious to see. We can guess. It's probably that triangle that is in the 2012 trailer. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but probably something really creepy. Alright, so he looks at it for a second, sees the security fence was cut, and most of the cars have been vandalized. He tries to thumb the paint off. Nope. Exterior City Road Day. Daniel drives past a drab shopping district. No dollars accepted signs. Lots of vacancies. Oh, I mean, that's one of the clear things that we're seeing right now. I mean, a lot of stores, at least where I'm at, they don't want to touch cash. They don't want to touch anything from anybody with the coronavirus and the vacancies. That's very clear too with what we're seeing now. Stores closing, 22 million people just in the USA out of jobs. That doesn't include the people that have had their hours cut, their wages cut. It's crazy. So that's pretty accurate to what is going on now. Coincidence? I'll let you decide that one. One car over, a little girl looks at him through a clean Prius backseat window. Very interesting right there. Clean. You know, this girl is definitely growing up in the system, in this new world. Sees the symbol on his car. She smiles. So she sees the WASIC symbol. She smiles, points at the WASIC campaign sticker on her own car. Very interesting. It's a nice little spot there. I can imagine who that little girl would have been in the movie. Interior Police Headquarters, conference room, day. Senior police officers sitting at a table. All are staring at Daniel. The chief shuffles reports. Captain, Officer Daniel Walker, from your testimony, Sergeant Dunlop taunted the subject until he failed to respond to verbal commands. He provoked the behavior he needed to justify a shooting. Very interesting right there. There is a military term that I learned about called recon by fire. And it's where you basically go and you shoot at things until somebody shoots back. And then you have the justification to go in there and basically murder everyone. It's really sick stuff. Police photo on the table. Suspect face down, dead, hands tied, half dead, half a head. That's another creepy thing right there when we think about David Crowley, half a head. Face was not down, but hands were not tied as far as we know. Hands are missing, so at least one of them. Both of his wife's hands were quote-unquote missing. Most of her head was gone. And the daughter's arm was missing. And a fractured rib that people have said suggests that Ranya's arm might have been ripped out. The chief, Jesus. Eyes a News clipping. Police execute traffic offender in Minneapolis. So police are just, flexing their corrupt, and this scene kind of shows that this Daniel guy isn't. He sighs, studies Daniel. Walker, don't you think a police officer has a right to self-defense? Dunlop, mouthful of gauze. He had a knife. So the guy's tied up, and he ends up shot and dead. Half of his head is gone, but he had a knife. So, how did he get a knife if his hands were tied? Some interesting stuff there. There was a knife found at the David Crowley crime scene as well. A knife was open, and somebody had it. And it also looks like self-defense. The chief, shut up. The chief stares. Daniel, yes sir, I just think that professional police officers are equipped to deal with escalating threats with deference to the overall preservation of human life. Kind of a very balanced statement. Very balanced cop is what this character is. So I thought that was very interesting as well. Dank in the chat room is saying WTC 7 is the key. If you can understand what happened here, then all the rest of this is a no-brainer. Very interesting. Especially when you consider what was in World Trade Center 7, right? And I think looking at Barry Jennings, what Barry Jennings and Michael Hess, what they said about World Trade Center 7 gives us even more clues. But when Barry Jennings is talking about walking over bodies, I thought that was very interesting as well. Okay, getting back to this. The captain, in response to Daniel's balanced approach to what a police officer should be. Captain, did you decide this before or after you bounced your partner's face off the guardrail? So, in response to what this Dunlop officer did to a traffic offender, Daniel takes it upon himself to punch the other officer. So he's going to get in trouble. Interior Police HQ lobby, day. Daniel walks out, loosening his collar. An old man is telling the younger cops a joke. He gets a big laugh. This is retired police chief Eric Walker, Daniel's father. Another very important character in this, Daniel's father. Very important here. Eric turns to him, reads his expression. That bad, huh? Come on, hero. Buy you breakfast. Interior, exterior fast food restaurant, day. A diner, not crowded. Daniel and Eric sit by the window. Eric, Danny, I can help you get the job, but I can't help you keep it. Daniel, I can't help it. Eric, well, your testimony will get him some PTO and eventually move to some federal bureaucracy with fewer duties and higher salary. In the 40 years a gun rode my hip, I never thought to use it. Very important statement right there. There's going to be a payoff to that. And As somebody who likes to read scripts, I'm looking for the payoff. Everything that I'm seeing here, everything that I'm reading, everything that is happening here, there needs to be a payoff to it. There needs to be a reason for every line of dialogue, for every scene, for everything that everybody does. And in this script, and maybe in a lot of scripts, that's not always the case. But that quote right there from Daniel's father is a big one that will come back in a very good way, in a very powerful, positive way. Daniel, you never had to. I'll get the tip. Daniel crumples his wrapper and gets up, drops a wrinkled bill. Eric, Dan, you should stay a while. Mallory's coming. She wanted to see you. Dan puts on a tan beanie from his army days. Daniel, I got shifts. See you, Pops. Opens the door to flurries. A snowstorm is coming in. Daniel moves through the whiteness to his car. An errantly braking car slides to a stop in front of him. Driving is his 16-year-old sister, Mallory. She rolls down her window and pulls up beaming. Daniel, they gave you a license? Mallory, well, aim small, miss small. Daniel, that's not how you should. Mallory, so you'll take me to range? Indoor, 300 meter? Law enforcement only? That's range. That range. Daniel, shouldn't you be in school? I wanted to see you. Mallory, Daniel, come here. They bump foreheads. He suddenly smears his old army beanie on her face and walks away, leaving her holding it. Mallory, Danny, gross. Daniel, shouldn't be out here without a hat, Mal. You might get sick. Storm's coming. We have now been introduced to Daniel, to his father, to his sister. We know what he's doing. He's a cop, and storm is coming in more than one ways. Series of shots. The snowstorm is getting thicker with no sign of stopping. Daniel dealing with people on his shift. The issues are economic, dollar collapse, gas and food shortages, and of course, abuse. Very powerful here too, because this is where you could kind of take out the collapse, the dollar collapse, which we haven't seen right now. But if you take that out of the script, put in this coronavirus, and it's almost word for word what is happening, what is going to happen, and what we're going to see here. Interior Police Headquarters, locker room, night. Daniel takes off his uniform, putting the coat in his locker. Officer pokes his head into the room, spots him. Officer, Walker. Back on the clock, shift brief in 5. Dunlop brushes past him, unbuttoning his uniform, chuckling. Daniel pauses, then pulls his uniform back on. Interior, Mall of America, later. Mallory is out with group of friends at the mall, buying ice cream with RFID digital currency. Everybody's on their phones, texting and chatting happily. She and a boy from her class, Preston, totally pretend they didn't just get busted checking each other out. Interior, and that's a big one right there. That you got to have this RFID digital currency to buy anything, and it's just everybody's used to it. So at this point, we don't know how long it's been like this, but we know that this is the new currency. The New World Order is here in the script. We're already in it. We're locked in it. And you think, at least I'm thinking when I first read this, I'm thinking, well, it can't get any worse than this, but it does. Interior, police cruiser, night. Daniel drives a squad car. His new night shift partner, Rand, that's an interesting one too. It always reminded me of Rand Paul, or the Rand Corporation, whatever. A lot of different things you could go with that. Maybe we're reading too much into it, but his new night shift partner, Rand, jaw flaps from the commander's seat. Rand, where are you coming from? 4th? 4th is bad too, but they wouldn't start a rookie out on 5th. They're talking about precincts, areas, whatever. Daniel wipes his eyes, exhausted. Daniel, is that where all the bad shit happens? Rand, yeah, you get cooking, drug running, prostitution sometimes. 5th district is a mess. I got a theory. Pay attention. Last year, these insider city planners got together and had blight declared on posh North Minneapolis neighborhoods with declining property values. Blight. And then, like magic, they use massive city funds to buy it up cheap and turn it all into fucking chain stores and paint-by-number apartments. And then, like the Holy Exodus from Egypt, another important reference, Egypt, evicted welfare leeches by the thousand funnel into low-income housing projects built in white suburbs. It's like they're trying to start a race war. I mean, you must have seen it by now. It's all happening in 4th too. Helicopter buzzes overhead. That's important there because we see that here too. You know, it's what they do. They they basically bring all of this crime into a city, into a certain area, to where it's just slum, it's a ghetto, and then they buy it up, kick everybody out, and they rebuild it. It's a pretty nasty real estate trick. Helicopter buzzes overhead. Bang. Glass shards rain down from the building's windows. Rand. Oh my god. Daniel flips the lights and accelerates. Exterior. Ground zero. Here we go. This is the false flag coming up. Ground zero night. They pull up where a group of victims flee the building covered in dust, similar to September 11th. Call it in, says Rand. Rand goes to help. Rand. You've been in an accident. If you can walk, I need you to clear the area. Keep moving. So he's telling these victims that. Officer, there are men in there with bombs. Another September 11th reference. A bomb in the building. Bombs going off here. But it gets worse. Daniel works the radio. People on the ground run in panic. Daniel, dispatch, Unit 7. He's not transmitting. He turns up the volume. The radios aren't working, just like September 11th. And radio, and conduct immediate cordon operations in your area. Repeat, lockdown sequence 3 is in effect. So remember what lockdown sequence 3 is for later. I think that will come up too. All right. Loud sirens coming. Black Government National Security Division vehicles sporing the EWE logo. I don't know what the EWE logo. Not sure what that is. EWE. Interesting. Rand goes to flag them down. They zoom by without stopping. An odd creaking noise. The building starts to fall. Another September 11th reference. It crashes, scatters tons of concrete debris. Rand is crushed. Rand gets crushed in the fall of this building. A collapse, which is hard to believe again, but here we go. Radio continued. Repeat. Lockdown sequence 3 is in effect. Lockdown sequence 3 is lockdown. It's exactly, I mean, it is super duper lockdown, basically. Series of shots. Radio chatter. Domestic terrorist bombers in the area. Police blocking roads. Panic is beginning. All right, and I think this is a great place where I'm going to stop here and continue. This will be page 13. So just remember that one. We'll come back at some point here. But radio chatter, domestic terrorist bombers in the area. Who are these domestic terrorist bombers? I'll let you figure that one out. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. God bless you all. And
you're watching Network Radio. Live from the Media Broadcasting Center.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome to Wake Up to the Truth Radio with your hosts, Mike Soror and Eric Spitfire Wilkinson. Welcome to the Resistance.
Hey everybody, welcome to Wake Up to the Truth TV here at MBC. I'm your host, Mike Soror, with my partner in crime,
Eric Spitfire Wilkinson over here. Yeah, for old time's sake, why don't we just do it? Let's get ready to rumble!
How you doing tonight, my man?
Doing good, man. Doing good. How about yourself? You were recovering from that birthday party.
It was rough. It was rough. I had a lot of soda. A lot of soda.
A lot of soda pop and Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I don't feel any older, which is good. But turning 21 for the 15th time now, you think it would make me feel older, but it really has not.
No, I turned 30 like 13 times now myself. And
Right. So you get it. It. Anyway, man, tonight we were originally going to cover what was going on in Ukraine, but because we had some guests that are going to be on Thursday, which is going to be just a massive, mind-blowing show, we kind of flip-flopped. So we took Thursday's show, which was originally going to be the Gray State again, and moved it to tonight. So we really appreciate everybody joining us tonight. What I really want to do with this episode tonight is, for those that can view the webcam, I'm going to be showing quite a few documents, things like that. And if not, it's only $5 a month to join NBC. You'll be able to check out all the live webcams. I mean, you can just get all the shows. You get the whole shebang for $5 a month, man. NBC's got a ton of great shows. We've got Truth Talks. We've got, oh man, Eric, there's so many here. We got Jim Fetzer. We've got Bev Collins' show with the 9/11 Truth Talks. We got our producer Mark show. We got Chance's show. We got the show in the future where I'm going to kick the crap out of Rush Limbaugh. You're not going to want to miss that. For that reason alone, you're going to want to buy a membership because I'm going to get them. It's coming. Right after him is going to be O'Reilly. Anyway, man, I wanted to get into some more on the Gray State. And instead of talking as much about the case, I want to talk about the turmoil that's going on, man, because I've been following a lot of the stuff on social media lately, man. And it's really getting hard to depict who's an infiltrator, who's a troll, who's a real truther, who's an agent, who's a real friend of David Crowley, who's a real family member of David Crowley. It's getting to the point where it's becoming somewhat of a headache, man. And I've reached out to people within the Justice group on Facebook who have been the most responsive, by the way. Every time I reach out to others like Sean Wright or Brendan Hunt, who's also, I've reached out to him a couple times now. He's seen the message, has not gotten back to me. And we'll be showing some of his article today too. So basically I'm looking for answers from both sides here to try to come to some kind of a middle ground to figure out what's really going on, because the way I kind of see it is there's not a whole lot of evidence out in the case right now. So right now it's a lot of assumptions. I've come across a lot of unfriendly people from the opposition of the Justice page. I've come across a lot of unfriendly people within the Justice page as well. Some people's beliefs are extremely out there, in my personal opinion, but they have the rights to believe whatever they choose to believe. But then again, I have the right to choose who to associate with as well. I'm not big on the whole pro-Nazi thing. I refuse to stay away from any kind of Nazi regime or any kind of racism or people that don't know the difference between a religion and a propaganda hate, a murderous, treasonous group such as Zionism. If people can't tell the difference between the two, I prefer to just stay away from those people. However, this is America, and I'm a constitutionalist, so I say if that's what you want to believe in, you can believe in that, and I'm not going to rip you apart for that. So basically where I'm at, Eric, is, as you know, I mean, I'm sure you've gone over the page a few times too.
Yeah.
Does it not seem like, okay, first of all, the page is a fantastic idea. This case really, really needs to be looked at. But how deep can we really, truly look into it when there really is not a whole lot of evidence that has come out?
Right. A lot of speculation is going on right now. I know that a name that keeps coming up in relation to this case is Alex Jones. He keeps popping up everywhere when it comes to it. And he did speak about it on a show a few days ago. Somebody called in and asked him if he was thinking about finishing it. And Alex Jones did look into finishing it, but he said that he was just having so much trouble with the rest of the production crew that he just said, screw it for now.
Okay.
So he was having
Yeah,
trouble working out the details.
Yeah, and Alex Jones has been pinned as being one of the guys that is basically involved with knowing this is going to happen, as well as Mark Dice, to name a few. And I just, until I see proof, man, I don't buy that. I really don't. This is kind of coming from the same people, I think, that have always said that Alex Jones is working for the Illuminati, and he's a Zionist, and he's, what else? A gatekeeper. A gatekeeper seems to pop up a lot.
He's Bill Cooper. That's the funniest one. He's Bill Cooper.
Yeah, and I just don't
stop.
I just don't. I don't see it, man. I have not seen any proof of that. Now he, maybe he doesn't cover as much as what people really want him to. Like, he didn't cover a whole lot of the Sandy Hook when it first happened. Okay. He also hasn't covered a whole lot of the Gray State, but I can tell you right now that we are probably one of the very, very few alternative media stations that are staying on this case. And I believe we need to continue to stay on this case. Just like you're following very, very closely right now with the Ukraine situation. I'm handling the Gray State situation, and those seem to be the two things that we're really focusing on and putting our two brains together. But basically, what I really want to get to is I want people to call in tonight. Okay, I really, really want people to call in tonight, because if we end up leaving the show in 2 hours and we have nobody that's called in to explain either side, then I'm going to be convinced that there's possibly no truth whatsoever on either side. Okay, so basically what I've done with our show tonight is I've opened it up like a huge boxing ring. Okay, so people can come in, they can say what they have to say. They can, we can limit the calls as they come in. I mean, obviously we have a ton of phone calls. We want to get to everybody. But I want people to say what's on their mind, man. If you've got information out there that can help me try to figure out, like I said, I've reached out to guys like Brendan Hunt, who is obviously a big time against Dan Hennon, who's the administrator of the Justice Page. Okay. Dan, when I talk to him, he will respond to me. He will talk to me. Sean Wright decided that he was, did not want to do the interview. He decided that he wasn't ready, and that they were looking to do a couple mainstream media interviews first, which good luck to you, Sean. You're not going to get the coverage you're looking for unless it is the coverage you're looking for. I'm not sure. I've reached out to this Brendan Hunt. Like I said, he saw 2 of my messages. He had no problem writing his side of the story in an article that we're going to show in a little bit. And through accusations around, I reached out to him to ask him if he had any information whatsoever with his accusations. And of course, I get no response whatsoever from him. So I guess right now what I can say is that the people from the Justice page on Facebook are the ones that have been very cool as far as getting back to me right away and answering questions. And I guess my question to you, Eric, is how would you take that real quick? And it looks like we got a caller coming in already, which is good. But Eric, real quick before we get to the caller, what's your take on this, man? I mean, are you looking at it as, is it going to possibly end up being like any other group on Facebook? Is it going to turn into just a bunch of charades and arguing and things like that? I mean, because not everybody in these groups are bad people. And I do believe it's Facebook, and these groups are infiltrated on a daily basis.
Right. I'm calling shenanigans. That's what I've seen on here. I've just seen a lot of arguing and a lot of disrespect towards the family. And as far as, Alex Jones not reporting on Sandy Hook right away, reporting on this, it's because he's a smart reporter and he gets the facts before he speculates. That's what a smart reporter would do. They wouldn't just jump on anything. But he did say, in fact, the other day, he did say that he doesn't buy this story. He thinks the murder-suicide thing is ridiculous. So he is on the side of David Crowley and the family.
Okay. Well, let's go to the phones. Who do we have on the air with us right now?
Hi, Dan Hennon.
Dan,
Hey,
how you
Dan.
doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
We're not doing too bad. Another lovely winter day, night in Detroit, Michigan.
Awesome.
So,
Did you
Dan, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Eric.
Dan, did you have any idea the amount of stress you're going to take on starting this page? I'm sure you started it because you're a good guy and wanted to help the family. And after seeing what's gone on, wow. 9/11 truth pages have nothing on what you've dealt with.
Yeah. On the other pages that I've started similar to this, there's been some support, but not the backlash that we face here at all. It was unbelievable, the backlash.
Yeah, Dan has dealt with some personal threats too that you can find within the files page too, which I also think, Dan, I want to tell you, I commend you because you put that stuff out there and reaching out to the opposition of what you guys are doing. I'm not getting any information from those people. However, you guys are taking the time to post everything that's going on day to day. And I want to tell you, it's a lot easier to believe people that are posting the evidence than just taking somebody's word for it. So Dan, I want to tell you, I appreciate you providing the evidence that you're getting, the threats that you're getting. Can you tell the listeners a little bit about, I know that you've been threatened by a couple people for sure. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that and why the threats had come in?
Yeah, for the first point, the focus of our page is transparency, and that's not to gatekeep or steer or to sway people's opinion, but simply to post everything there is, whether it sheds yourself in favorable light or not. We're going to post everything, whether I receive a threat or not. We're going to post it out there. We certainly get lots of compliments that come in from the page, a lot of personal private messages and instant messages commending the group and saying what a great job we're doing. Along that, there's a lot of anger and hostility. We decide to post everything out there, and I'd rather let everyone get the information. And we're all adults. You can make your own decisions on how you want to perceive that and what angle you want to take that down. But the goal on the page is to let everyone make their own decisions on the evidence posted.
Right, and I also noticed too, Dan, that you don't censor anybody. You don't, you let everybody have their say, regardless if they're. And what's amazing to me is you take quite a beating online too, and yet you're not the type of person that wants to boot anybody out. You believe that everybody has a right to speak, even if it is against you. And like I said, some of the stuff that I've read, I'm thinking to myself, man, this guy, he really takes a verbal lashing, and yet I've seen very, very little negative retaliation on your part at all. You just seemed to handle it with class, and I commend you for that, because if it was me, I would have a tough time. I would have a tough time with that.
Well, I tell the newer members here to the group, it's not my first rodeo. We've done this before. I've handled these cases like this. The best way and most effective way to get a case like this is to snuff it out right at the beginning, whether it's setting up a page in the first few days. As soon as you can, setting up something like this is the best way to snuff something like this out and to expose it. So by having this set up right away, really did help and draw out, people jumped on board right away. There's the other page on Facebook that was created, and incidentally, the exact same day, Thomas Lapp created one called Justice for David Crowley in Gray State, and that wasn't in conjunction with mine. I just created one called Justice for David Crowley and Family, kind of more with the to defend the family kind of aspect to it. But we both set it up the same day, different pages, but didn't have anything to do with each other. But yeah, it really it's interesting to see the people come out of the woodwork on a case like this.
Yeah, and like guys, Dan, you and I had messaged each other. Like I had said at the beginning of the show, Eric, any question I had for Dan, he answered it, and he provided me with links and provided me with everything that I needed to see. And I had asked him some tough questions, things like, Dan, there's people that are saying, that you and Thomas Lapp are trying to get donations and basically embezzle money from the family. And, is that true? And he's had allegations of being accused of having 7 different David Crowley pages, which is not true. Dan runs a number of justice groups. They're not all David Crowley groups. He was accused of that. He's been accused of being a pro-Nazi. Damn, the list is quite lengthy. But the difference is you've taken the time, even if the questions were hard, to answer. You didn't, there's nothing to hide, and we've known you now for, quite a while here. We've had you on our show even back when we were with Blog Talk, and you've always been a great guy, and I know where your heart is, and I just don't see any of these accusations being true against you unless there's some real evidence that the opposition can really throw at me to convince me. I've not seen anything yet.
And the other thing too is to point out is I did not know David Crowley before this case, and I've never heard actually of Gray State before this case came out. So the other site that I run relates to the murder of the family of Philip Marshall. When that case came out, I had never heard of Philip Marshall or the books that he had written. So it's more of the thing that piques my interest is the how something like this goes down, and the strange aftermath is what really is when your ears go up that something just isn't right here, and then you start digging in and finding out that it is entirely true, that your gut instinct typically is correct on something like this, where something fishy is going on, and the people are not being told the truth.
Right. So, well, how did you end up coming in contact with Sean?
The very first day I posted a picture. I think it was the second day. The second day I posted a photo of Dan Crowley with the dog there at the vet or in the pound or wherever he was, and then Sean instant messaged me just to see, asking where I got that photo from. And I responded back. I said I pulled it from Dan Crowley's Facebook page and just posted it on there. And he goes, "Okay, that sounds good. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't hacked or anything." Right. And then we were in communication after that, as far as talking about the case. And then I think it was a day later, he asked me to call him, and I gave him a chatter with him on the phone one night for about 35 minutes. And we didn't agree on everything, but we agreed to disagree on some things. But for the most part, we had a lot in common, and as far as our backgrounds and things to that effect. But you could tell in talking with him when I went down the road of requesting admin rights and wanting to control over the page. I got the heads up earlier on from Thomas Lapp from his page that he gave me the heads up saying, just be on the lookout for others trying to take control of your page, because that's your first tip off that something's not right. And when Sean asked for to be admin and to change the name of the page and to start booting off certain people he didn't like, I said, no, that's fine. I'll keep it going. Thanks for the offer, but I'd rather not have other people be administrators on a site. And so then the tone changed and the anger came into play. And I asked him about coming to the funeral and, taking part in that. I'd be interested in coming to the service. And then the backlash came as far as saying, you're not invited. I'm going to make sure that I got security here to boot you out. Mm-hmm. You and your friends don't plan on coming. Watch your back. Don't look over your shoulder. All these things came out all because of the administration rights for a Facebook page. And I thought that was just very strange, the behavior for, something as small as that when, I just thought that was odd. And that's kind of when the threats came down the pipeline and things like that. So the anger really came through, not on anything to do with the family or the case, but something over something as simple as a Facebook page.
Right.
What we had done too is there were some other people, family and friends that were very close, that came to our site thinking it was a condolences page or a tribute page to the family, and got upset to see that investigative work was being done and things were being researched. And we politely told those folks that, you can certainly create a page for that. It's free to do. You can set up a condolences page, a tribute page to the family, and share your memories and share your stories. But this page is not it. And the other thing was that we never on my page never even invited anyone from the gray state or the family or friends to even come on the page. It was just set up more of an investigative page, and then the others all soon followed. But we did point out we never did have changed the mission of the page, and never have changed the status or the title or anything. As far as we're just looking for questions. We don't buy the official story. We think it's BS from the beginning. We're not here to show what we think happened or to estimate or to guesstimate. We just know that the members here in the group just don't buy the facts. It just doesn't add up.
Right. Well, I just shared for those that can see us on the webcam, that conversation, and for those that if there is anybody, I'll pull it up again. And right here it does say coming from Sean, for you not to show up to the services. You will not be allowed to see it. Take that where you want to. Basically saying that you're not respecting the friends and the family, calling you a disrespectful piece of shit. I mean, this is, some pretty heavy stuff. And you can, for those that are curious of what I'm reading, if you're not familiar with what I'm showing right now, you could go on the Justice for David Crowley Facebook page, Justice for David Crowley and Family. And up the top, you can see these files. Dan has posted them on there. So everything that Dan is talking about there, it is in black and white. He's telling you the truth as things that are unfolding. And like I said, I'm not getting anything from the opposition, Dan. So far, like I said, I have no reason not to believe with my own eyes what I'm seeing and hearing, So now, I remember you invited me to the group, and of course, you being who you are and how I know you, any group that you invite me to, chances are I'm gonna take the invite, because you do good work. You very thorough researcher. What else? I mean, there's a lot of other family and friends. Now, what's the deal with this Brendan Hunt guy? Now, this guy won't get back to me to save his soul, but he's been doing a pretty good job as far as really calling you out and members of the group, saying that some of you guys are criminals, that you guys lure women behind the scenes through Facebook messages. I mean, all these accusations out there. But the guy obviously is not going to come on. However, he's got the link. So if he's listening tonight, I'd love to have him call up, man. I mean, what's the deal with this guy?
Sounds like you're getting typical ad hominem attacks, attack you rather than attack the story, which is lends a lot more credence to what you're trying to do too. It actually gives you a lot more credibility, my friend.
Yeah, when Brendan Hunt comes into play on certain conspiracies or events, you're heading down the right direction. As a controlled opposition, he will come into play and drive anyone out who goes against that official narrative. Very similar to what Wolfgang Helbig encountered on the Sandy Hook case. Wolfgang came in, and I've spoken with him a few times too, and he came into the Sandy Hook event from a different angle, coming from a school security officer or school protocol, I guess, and really went after it that way. And Brendan Hunt and others came out and just skinned them alive. That's kind of what I'm encountering here which, like you said, it's a compliment. as a controller opposition, a guy who's probably paid to be doing what he's doing, I don't mind that kind of flack coming down. So he did a hit piece on me on one of his videos, and I promptly posted it on our page too, and told our members, take a look. I got questioned heavily as to why would you post something negative about yourself on your very own page. And I said, well, that's just the way it is. We want transparency.
Mm-hmm.
He posted a second video as well, and then Dan Fight, another person under Hong Kong, posted a hit piece as well. Another, I would call it a poorly written, poorly researched, kind of a bash. But those are the three. When I confirmed that with Sean Wright that he indeed communicate with Brendan Hunt around the same time the attitude changed with the Gray State guys, it all kind of fell into place. Then I knew we were on to something. Then that we had a story that had legs. Sean and another member of the Gray State, an admin. I can't think of his name right now, but very interested in getting to the root of this, getting to the cause of what happened here. But after they spoke to Brendan Hunt on the phone is when the request came on the Thomas Lapp website to gain administrative rights. Sean was given them, quickly deleted several threads and changed the tone of that page. And then when he wrapped all that up and cleaned up his hands, he came over to my site and wanted to do the exact same thing. And I said, I asked him, was Brendan Hunt involved in any of this? He says, yes, I spoke to him directly. So then I figured we had something here. I don't know why a member of Gray State dealing with the grieving of a close friend would venture out and have a conversation with Brendan Hunt this close after the death of a close friend. But that's when we started to put two and two together here, that things weren't adding up.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so, I mean, this guy, Brendan has got a big, deep hatred for anybody that questions the Sandy Hook case, for sure. He makes that very clear. And I guess what it seems like he's trying to do, Dan, is it seems like the accusations are that that you personally are accusing David Crowley's family as having the most to gain from murdering him. And you had talked to me about that in a private message, and I had been told that you're accusing Dan Crowley, and the way you explained it made a lot of sense. So for those that had heard the rumor that Dan is accusing David's brother of being the murderer, the way Dan explained it to me, and I'll let Dan explain it again to you too, is that this is a murder investigation, basically. So when in any murder investigation, 9 times out of 10, they will come to the family for questioning, especially if any kind of a comment's made that just kind of didn't feel right. So what happened with that, Dan?
Yeah, here's how that played out. There were some comments on the page as far as people theorizing what was going down. And I had made a reference to another site on a YouTube channel that had gone down the road of putting together a bunch of evidence relating to Dan Crowley, the brother, saying that he would be the guy most likely to do this because he had the biggest motive if there was some jealousy in the family or something, and he didn't like the brother getting all the attention. His brother married to a beautiful wife, had a gorgeous daughter. His current job here with Dan kind of stagnating. Is his career not really going anywhere? Did he have the motive to do this? I don't know. I read some of his comments, laughed it off at first, thought maybe there was. And so I mentioned that when people were talking about the comments made on my page. I said, you should see what else is being said about this case on the web, on other pages. Our website here is pretty tame compared to some of the things. In fact, one of the groups are blaming, the brother for doing it. So I had said, I'm not believing it or buying it, but the questions raised there as far as whoever it was who came into the house and committed this heinous crime, there was no mention of the dog barking or the dog going off. So one can safely assume that whoever did this probably knew the family or knew the dog. The dog didn't bark. So I said, I'm surprised that Dan Crowley hasn't been brought in for questioning, mainly because the police didn't offer on any press release that I've seen who they did bring in for questioning. As far as we know, it's nobody. But with a case like this, even if it is a simple suicide, simple suicide murder, you still have to bring in close family and friends for simple questioning to see if they can lead down that road of what really did happen. If I was an investigator, I'd certainly bring in his brother, Dan Crowley. He would have some information. He worked closely with the group, knew the family very well. I mentioned later, I'd certainly bring in all the members of the Gray State team for questioning. You know, having a staff and a crew that spent 4 years of their life putting in blood, sweat, and tears into this project, and having your lead, director or creator come back from Hollywood saying, I got a couple offers, but I turned them down. I'm not interested in giving up the rights to the movie. This may not go down at all. Well, you're going to be dealing with some pretty upset, resentful people who poured 4 years of their life into this project, all to have one man, yank it all away. So with him out of the picture, you certainly would go back if these guys, members of the group wanted to go back and pitch it to a different producer and sell it for something less, make some good coin on it. It's obviously you're not going to make anything now with him being gone after turning down some, big budget deals. I made the comment that the guys from Gray State have the most to gain with David Crowley being dead. That is a fact that I wholeheartedly agree with. Now, I'm not making accusations. I'm not blaming anyone. But I certainly, if I was the Apple Valley Police Department, would certainly bring in the guys for questioning to simply question them about the case. But that quickly led to me accusing the Gray State team of committing the murders, which is not the intent. This was a calculated, clean hit that certainly was not carried out by any of these guys that I mentioned here. But certainly to be bringing in for questioning, I think is a fair statement to say.
Absolutely, without a doubt. And now I'm going to share this on the screen. Now we have people talking about indications of domestic abuse. I saw, which is just, they're just going after him and trying to smear him any way they can now. I mean, there's no history of any type of domestic abuse whatsoever, not one single call to the police station, not one single police report, no indicators whatsoever. And the smear campaign against him is just taking it to a whole nother level. They're printing t-shirts with David's wife and child on it to be the poster child of this movement against domestic violence. And when stuff like this pops up, it smells even worse now. It lends credence to what we're talking about, that this was a complete cover up. This wasn't a murder suicide when you have stuff like that. And who's leading the charge? Mainstream media, of course.
Yep, that's correct. That's where you can, I've seen a lot of that lately with the PTSD abuse. We certainly know that was not the case. I didn't know the family. I'm not speaking from experience here, but from everything I read and have seen, these guys were the perfect couple. A family, perfect deal all around. I mean, best friends we're talking. So now you get the situation playing the abuse angle, and it gets everyone really stirred up because we know that's not the case.
Right.
And it really stinks to high heavens when it's the mainstream that alludes to these things. And the first reports out of the gate from the UK Daily Mail was the headline, "Gun Enthusiast Kills Family." And of course, of all the pictures of the loving family of David and Kamel, the picture they select to choose is him in a gas mask holding a rifle, a high-powered rifle. And so you find out later that the images were taken from his garage sale and some of the props that he had from his movies, but they were trying to put a spin right out of the gate on this case, which makes the whole thing smell fishy.
Right. So where do you go from here now, Dan? What's next?
Well, all we know, I mean, there has not been official reports. We've seen the medical examiner's report came out in a press release, and I think one report from the Apple Valley Police Department, but still there's been nothing coming out. There's been no forensics, ballistics. No, very eerily odd silence on anything coming out of the case. The only thing we're hearing is the backlash and the anger from people who want to walk lockstep here with the official narrative, which is very strange. I would say that overall, to summarize, I would say the explanations surrounding these events are still inadequate. Nothing is even being done. This case isn't being touched. No one's looking at it. There's nothing more we can do except investigate. But it's just it's very strange. It's very, very strange, the whole situation. The other thing is, as far as setting up a justice page, the other times that I have done this, you hear immediately from family and friends saying, "Thank you for doing this. You don't have anything to be invested here. Why are you doing this out of the goodness of your heart?" And what we've been met with here has been backlash from the very family and friends who I went out of my way to create a page for to try to find justice. That to me is right up there with about the best thing you could do for someone that you don't even know, out of respect. So I don't know. It's the behavior of the individuals that is the most alarming thing, I would say, with this whole case. It's very, very odd.
Absolutely. Have you had any contact with the co-creator, Ben Swan?
With Ben Swan?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
I know he's done an interview and he's not buying into it either, and that's a big indicator once again that you're on the right track if the co-creator is getting his back. Oh, you made it back, Mike.
I did. The NSA failed that time. So we still have Dan on then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, but like I had mentioned earlier, Dan, I don't know, man. This Brendan guy, he's got it out for you, buddy. The thing about his article that I noticed is maybe not on YouTube, but definitely what I was showing the listeners as far as his article goes is he never gets any comments on his articles either. So I really don't know.
He's been around long enough now that people have picked up on him. If you go to anything on any comments on GLP, right after Brendan Hunt makes a comment, each of the threads on Godlike Productions, they all seem to just die out, and no one gives him the time of day. So he's been exposed, which is fine. No, fine for me. But he does gravitate toward the bigger cases, and when he glommed on to us, that was a clear indicator here that we're onto something much deeper than what people think.
Right. So obviously it seems like, like any group, when they start getting too close to something, they start, they start coming out of the woodwork, as you mentioned. There's been a couple times that for Eric and I personally, when we started talking about chemtrails, the minute we mentioned that word, oh my goodness, man, we were accused of being paid shills, agents. I was even accused of being put on Alex Jones' payroll. So it was like, if those checks are coming, Alex, my mailbox has been empty, brother, and I need the cash. But it's just amazing. And it kind of goes back to no good deed goes unpunished, And but everybody that I've talked to in the group, Dan, for the most part, has been really, really good. If you noticed, I've been making posts about, hey, I'm urging people to call. I'm urging people to come onto the show. And the ones that are responding are from your group. But it seems like the ones that really want to cause a lot of negativity, they don't seem to call, and they don't seem to message me, and they don't seem to respond.
Right.
Yep. I've encouraged about 5 other members of the group that were negative, I guess, on the group, and said, certainly call in. Now's your time. Make a call in. They're open lines. I've been on the show before. They'll welcome you with open arms. Go ahead and plead your case and show, say what you've got to say. But no one has called in yet, which is very I would say very telling, but it would be nice to get some other viewpoints. I think too.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I don't know, man. Eric and I have been looking forward to having people call in many times, and it just doesn't seem to happen for us, does it, Eric?
It doesn't. And, let me do a correction there too for you, Dan. Actually, Ben Swan was somebody who did an interview with Danny.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. He did an interview with Danny Austin. Yep.
And yes, and as Danny stuck to the belief that it was a murder-suicide still. Yeah, quite sad.
Yeah, and those other guys at Gray State haven't said anything. I mean, it's as far as some of the main players, they've been relatively quiet. They haven't been coming on the page, haven't been coming on the site. It's I mean, the strange thing that struck me was Sean Wright really took heed and took it upon himself to really take charge and to make sure this conspiracy talk went nowhere and was indeed snuffed out.
Right.
And when we put him together with Brendan Hunt and the official narrative that wanted to go down, and Sean Wright basically defending it as if his life was online, coupled with his impending legal IRS charges, is when we started to put two and two together that he may have been compromised. He may have a deal working on his IRS, that he may have some leniency, for his sentencing. If this case goes down the right path, who knows? Now, if it doesn't, he mentioned to me on the phone he could be sitting behind bars in prison for 70 years. Now, that to me seems odd. I've never heard of such a thing for tax. But if someone was to get to him, and someone did, in fact, may have squeezed him on this case, they are going to elaborate and inflate things to really get you scared. And the behavior by Sean Wright is a man that's pretty obvious by reading his works is a man who's scared and a man who's been cornered. I don't know by who or by what, but he's scrambling right now, and I'm not sure what's behind it. But it's not the behavior of a close friend, someone who died, to be coming out with his anger.
Right. And that's kind of what, kind of got me. I thought, man, 70 years is an awful big sentence for an IRS mishap,
Yeah, I'm an accountant. I'm an accountant by trade, and I work with the IRS, and I do taxes and I do business. There's no way that's true. I'm not sure where he heard that from, but that was my red light there, that he's been squeezed by someone and he's been compromised. And now you got a guy that's been compromised in the case, who's close to the case, only is going to lead you down to the next rabbit hole of why. Why would someone be compromised? Who else is involved? If he's been set up as a paid informant that I mentioned earlier, more than likely after the case. But if this was set up before this whole thing went down, who's really behind this? It begs the much larger question: where does this go? Who is who wants to keep this story quiet? How deep does it go? I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
Right. Well, I tell you, you're doing an excellent job with the page, Dan, and I'm sure that you've dealt with your fair share of cyber bullies, and we know how that feels. But I tell you what, I commend you for not blocking people, not booting people, not censoring people, even the negative stuff that's being posted about you. You're even sharing it with the group. And when you do, you're not posting it as, oh, feel sorry for me, look at this. You're just basically saying, this is an article that was written about me. That's it. And you let people come to their own conclusions, which is absolutely awesome. It's like, don't take my word for it, research for yourself. And, I really commend you for that. I really do, Dan.
Yeah, thank you. Usually what I find on the other pages as well is the trolls and shills will typically expose themselves. If you just leave them talk long enough, people will come to their own conclusion as to what's really going on. They're there certainly to distract and lead you down the wrong track, lead you down the wrong path. and those are when those start people coming in to infiltrate, then they are certainly trying to lead people off to a distraction, which we've dealt with. There's been a handful of people banned off the page who have been distracted. But other than that, like I said, when I started out, I got more people. I had a whole handful of people who left saying, until you start banning people on the page, I'm not going to come back. You can't keep it wide open. And in a situation like this, I find it best that for that first week, you let it roll, you let it slide, and wait for that second week, no matter what your urges are to do. Start cleaning house that second week. But just let the first week roll, because they're all going to start coming up with calling you other things as far as a dictator and a ruler, and start banning people. So you got to let it flow. Now the second week came into play, handful of people were banned, and sure enough, the threats came out. Who are you, a dictator? Why are you controlling the page all by yourself? So it comes with the territory.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Eric and I have a couple pages. We know exactly how that goes. But anyway, Dan, we're getting close to the top of the hour. I know that there's people in the chat that are waiting patiently to call in here. Is there anything else that you'd like to say before we let you go?
Nope. I'd just like to say thanks for all the support for those who do private message me and email me relating thanks for the case and thanks for stepping up to do this when you've got nothing vested. That does mean a lot. And thanks to the hardcore people out there doing the investigating and looking into things and getting documents and researching things. It really helps. The local law enforcement is on a case like this is not going to do anything. They're not going to investigate. And it's going to take citizen journalists and thanks to take the ball. People out there doing the investigating and looking into getting done.
Right. All right, Dan. Well, we appreciate you calling in, man, and I will definitely catch up with you tonight. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Hi, to the caller that's calling in right now, we're catching some live feed. It's kind of echoing there, so if you're listening to the show, if you can kind of turn the volume down.
Yeah, I walked into the other room. I don't think it'll be a problem right now.
All right, perfect. Who's calling?
Joe Segura, S-I-G-U-R, Joe Segura. And I've been in Dan's group, I guess, for about a week or so, and I got interested in the case. I guess when I heard about the murders, I heard about Gray State, but hadn't paid that much attention to it, just heard people talking about it. And then the murders happened, and I sort of follow weird events, and so I got interested in that event. I have a website, and I write articles on what I consider to be misinformation a lot, as well as just talking about my basic theories of what's going on. And I wrote a couple of articles, and they were sort of controversial on the webpage at Dan's group.
Okay. Yep, Joe. I know who I'm talking to now. You're also another one that's been on the page that not exactly.
And since you were talking about all these negative people and that calling in, so I felt it was like people probably consider me negative on this. All I'm really doing is offering a third theory to consider. I'm not saying it's true, but with Sandy Hook, with what happened in France, with events where that police guy got shot and his face didn't even move. I mean, things are happening right now that are being staged, and with as little evidence on the table in this specific situation, I think it has to be considered. I think it's unusual that 3 people died. I think it makes sense that 3 people died if they didn't really die, because then there's still a family and they have a new ID. But that's real negative, because it does insinuate that maybe David could have been COINTELPRO. And that's a very unpopular thing to say. So it's made me very controversial. And they've brought out a whole bunch of things about my views about World War II, as if that discredits me and stuff. And I'm trying to stay away from that, because it's hard to talk about issues in sound bites that people have very strong feelings on and felt that way all their lives about.
Right. Well, we had a guest that was on, Eileen, who's a really good friend of ours, that actually brought up the same scenario last week to us. You know, what if it was a staged event, considering that some of the witnesses had said that the bodies looked like mannequins, and after 3 weeks, they wouldn't really look like mannequins, especially trapped with a dog.
I mean, if it's
weeks.
a staged event, you have a lot of actors involved. I mean, you're making the police actors involved, and that may have very well happened in France, may very well have happened in Sandy Hook, may very well have happened in Aurora, may very well have happened in Boston. So you have to consider that once you think that that's one possibility, when you look at the event, you have to pretty much distrust everything everybody says until you get evidence to back it up.
Right.
If you're going to consider that possibility.
Right. And
but that makes me really evil, and I've been attacked really hard. Yeah, there's a lot of theories, and that's the one that's not really being talked about in the mainstream. The alternative media, and they don't even talk about conspiracy theories hardly, except they call us kooks in the mainstream media.
Right, right.
But nobody's mentioning this, except I do see people making comments in chat, but no alternative news sites is mentioning this as a possibility. Now, the people that were in Gray State, Alex Jones, Luke Rudkowski, Mark Dice, they all have reputations of being somewhat co-opted. And this is what first got me to immediately grab onto the possibility that the whole movie production, that people don't want to believe this, but the whole movie production might have been a disinfo movie. To give out some good stuff, but also give out some stuff that the New World Order wants out there. So that's sort of like the hypothesis I'm going on. I'm not claiming any of this is fact. I can't prove out Alex Jones is COINTELPRO, but I believe he is.
Why do you believe Alex Jones is COINTELPRO? Curious.
You don't have that feeling?
No, I mean
basically, I think there's a Zionist involvement in 911. That's one of the real obvious things, and it's pretty well known amongst most people that pay attention that he pretty much whitewashes any Zionist problems concerning a lot of these issues. And a lot of people believe the Zionists are. Huh?
I've heard that about him, and I've actually gone on and pulled up clips of him denouncing Zionists on several different occasions. So people bring that up. It's just not true.
Repetition. It's all about repetition. If you say it once, how many people are going to hear it? If you say it 1,000,000 times, people are going to start believing it. He got those Zionist things out a couple of times to give him some credibility. That's my view. I'm not saying it's fact. Everybody has their own view. You obviously like Alex. I used to love Alex Jones about 3 years ago, but I just sort of moved away from him. Started hearing people talking in a certain way, and I started looking into it myself, and I came to that conclusion.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the amount of people that Alex has woke up alone just by doing his show makes me like him. I mean, that alone.
I agree. He probably partly woke me up. To get you started, he's fine. I think he's fine to get you started. So a lot of the people that are just moving away from MSNBC and CNN and Huffington Post, and they're stepping into the conspiracy side where 911 might have been done by people of our own government and some other people. I think he's great for that. It's just when you start getting some knowledge and there's certain things being left out in his narrative, then you, for yourself, you have to go beyond that, or at least that's what I decided for myself. I had to go beyond the Alex Jones narrative to get more closer to the truth.
Okay, well, you brought up not mentioning the Zionist connection a lot, which, as I said, and you've already said too, he has mentioned it, just not a lot. What else gives you the idea that he might not be telling the full truth?
To be honest, I think a good sign of what a New World Order operation is, you can if there's a lot of commercials on it, and that's a good sign that it's got the consent of those that rule us, because real dissent, they keep you from they scare people away from advertising with you. So you're usually a pretty bare bones operation when you're really telling the hardcore truth that really gets close to the core of power. They don't mind you getting, in the area if nobody knows exactly what you're talking about. But when you start telling them exactly where the problem's coming from, that's when they start getting on your case. That's when you start getting banned from Facebook. That's when the advertisers, if they were with you, they dry up, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Now, Mike and I, we're both Longevity Distributors, which is one of the products that he advertises on there. And let me tell you that the products are not snake oil. They are amazing. The results I've seen from them are like nothing else. Is it possible he puts these products out there just because they're incredible products and help people?
I've never talked on the radio before, right? And so I'm looking at it from an outsider and just as a general view. I think the way he throws the advertisements out on his front page, it looks kind of tacky to me. That's just, maybe other people don't feel that way, but it reminds me of what they do on the mainstream media. And here's another thing. He's the only one that gets invited on The View, on Piers Morgan. He gets talked about on Fox News. That's another sign. If they're willing to say you're there, you're co-opted. They don't want people that are really, they want to be able to control dissent is what I'm saying. If they can't control what you're going to say, they're not going to let you on the MSN. They're not going to let you on Fox News. Unless it's just to yell at you and call you crazy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've been waiting. I've been praying to get on with Rush Limbaugh for a long, long time. And my dream has not come true. So,
well, I mean, it sounds like basically I have headed into the Zionist direction as far as a lot of the subversion going on while we're in the Middle East. I think it was a false flag, and it was really to benefit Israel. Really wasn't to. We're not in there fighting terrorism in the Middle East, as far as I'm concerned.
No.
And it is more about some goal they're trying to do in the Middle East. Maybe take it over for Israel, expand Israel to this larger border area, the greater Israel that some of them dream about, and that kind of thing. So, I'm more in that direction, say, than most of the people in Dan's group. And this made them, when I came up with my theories, it made them all start bringing up that sort of side. And basically saying, because you think this way, basically anything you have to say is pretty much irrelevant.
Right.
So basically I got out of the group and I just got back in the group, and I sort of put a little release note that I'm not going to get into anything other than what's going on with Grace Day, just to try and keep it. And I know Dan's happy about that too. And Dan has been a great admin, and he has been. It looks like to me that they're targeting the page, coming in, and they're really just trying to disrupt everything because they don't like what we're doing. And Dan's been really tolerant of it. I don't know that it's a great idea to keep letting people that have an agenda to disrupt to keep staying in there. But he's the admin, and that's his choice.
Right. It sounds to me like he's, doing the whole, I'm going to give them enough rope to hang themselves with scenario.
He's really giving them a very fair shot, and they don't appreciate it one little bit, I'll tell you that. I mean, if you've been watching some of those discussions in there, I had 3 of them get on me when I was alone in that group, and they just kept focusing on telling me why Dan is a paid-for op. For about 30 minutes, I said, I don't want to hear it. Leave me alone. They wouldn't leave me alone. They kept telling me to go research this and go research that, and there wasn't nothing being talked about Grace Day.
Right.
And that's like my example of what I mean.
Right, exactly. And that's what the job of infiltrators is to do, is to
exactly right. Well, you know what I said? I said kick this girl, right? So another girl sees that I said kick this girl, and she said he's gonna kick her.
Yeah,
like literally kick her. And that's abuse, man. And they made a big deal about that for about 15 minutes on the chat.
Yeah.
Cyber assault.
It was funny too, Joe, before we let you go, one of the one of the projects I was going to try to do here, Eric and I decided, is we were going to start making up memes that looked very realistic and just put whatever crazy bogus fact we could just to see how many people would like or share it. But unfortunately, we're in such fragile, delicate times with our society that's very, very dumbed down, in our opinion, that we're afraid that we would actually sway people for real, and we don't want to do that.
To your point of view, right?
Right.
Well, I'm not really throwing that opinion out to ruin everybody's day. I know it hurts the Crowley's feelings, and I know it hurts the people tied to Gray State, especially if they're all innocent, and they very well might be. But as a person who doesn't know any of them and who is interested in keeping disinformation out of the movement, and the fact that we're not getting any real facts, I just think it has to be considered. And you know what? I'm losing my voice, so I really need to get off in a second.
All right, Joe. Well, listen, we really appreciate you calling in, and we're going to be following this case, so we'd love to have you back on again. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you then. Take care.
All right, Joe. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, we're at the top of the hour right now. We're going to take a small break, and when we come back, hopefully we have some more callers that'll be coming in. We'd like to hear from you. The phone number is posted in the chat, but it's 1-866-806-6264, and the code that you'll punch in is 148-489-4098, and we'll be right back.
We can now say with moral certainty and considerable scientific authority that the death of JFK was committed by a meticulously executed conspiracy which was obscured by an extensive cover-up. Murder in Dealey Plaza, edited by James Fetzer, goes to the heart of the JFK assassination. You'll read new and up-to-date information regarding the Secret Service, the Lincoln limousine, the medical evidence, the cover-up, altering the film, framing the patsy, and the silent historians. Also, 16 smoking guns, each one crushing the government's lone assassin scenario. A world-class chronology of November 22nd, 1963. Chapters by David W. Mantic, Gary Aguilar, Vincent Palomera, Douglas Weldon, Jack White, Ira David Wood III, James H. Fetzer, Doug Horn, and a classic essay by Bertrand Russell. The complete story in the pages of one single book, edited by James H. Fetzer. Read it now, read it again. You'll use it as a reference. Murder in Dealey Plaza. Available at Amazon.com and major bookstores around the world. It's murder.
Less than 3% of you people read books, because less than 15% of you read newspapers. Right now, there is an entire generation that never knew anything that didn't come out of this tube. This tube can make or break presidents, popes, prime ministers. Television is not the truth. Television is a circus, a carnival, a traveling troupe of acrobats, storytellers, dancers, singers, jugglers, sideshow freaks, lion tamers, and football players. We deal in illusions, man. None of it is true. But you people sit there day after day, night after night, all ages, colors, creeds.
Broadcasting live on network radio.
So turn off your television sets, turn them off now, turn them off and leave them off.
Even Bush admits that Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11. Our own FBI acknowledged it has no hard evidence that ties Osama bin Laden to 9/11. But if Saddam had nothing to do with 9/11, and if Osama had nothing to do with 9/11, then who did it? Who did it? The 9/11 conspiracy provides the answer. Discover the big picture. Learn what we know now. Find out what it means. 11 experts contribute to exposing the truth as the anatomy of an atrocity. Edited by James H. Fetzer. Buy it now if you have the courage to face the truth. Just don't think you're going to like it. The 9/11 conspiracy provides the answer. We can now say, with moral certainty and considerable scientific authority, that the death of JFK.
All right, welcome back to Wake Up to the Truth TV /podcast /radio /world events /whatever.
Cybergasm.
Yeah, cybergasm, right? We're back with the second hour now, as we are talking about turmoil within the gray state, is what we call this show, because there's a lot of turmoil that's going on between some social media, as well as some friends and family of the Crowleys, and we have another caller waiting on the line that we're going to get on the line right now. And if people want to call in, please call in. We'd love to hear from you. So let's welcome the caller to the show.
Hey guys, this is Greg Fernandez Jr.
Greg, how you doing, sir? I've been speaking with you on and off, not when we have the chance. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, man. I've been sick for like a couple weeks, but I figured I just had to just call in and hopefully ask you guys some questions on this topic.
Sure, absolutely.
So have you guys seen the film? Have you seen the rough cut?
The Rise?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Both of us have.
Okay. So did you guys think that there was anything, groundbreaking in there, or anything that, might have gotten this guy in some deep trouble? Or do you think maybe that's more related to the fictional film, or neither?
See, my personal belief is, first of all, anytime anybody comes out talking about America's financial system and drives the roots home, really, really shakes the government's perspective on things. The fact that this documentary was coming out and then he was coming out with a film, I really think that once the film was going to be released, that the documentary was going to get a huge response. And I there's a lot of things in the documentary, Greg, that I had already known about, but it's always good to see. I guess it wasn't just one person on this documentary. You had many, many, many different people, which kind of showed me a community of people that were speaking out against it. Do I think it had anything to do with this murder? I can't help but think it did. It seems like anytime, there's been a lot of mysterious deaths when people get too close to home. You can look within the 9/11 community and just how many people that got just too close to exposing some things ended up mysteriously dying. So I don't know if that answered the question directly, Greg, or not, but I definitely believe that this guy released a very good in-depth documentary, and released it in today's age where people are waking up by the hundreds daily, and maybe not coming out publicly and saying they are, but there's definitely a lot of people that are going, there's something wrong here. And once the government starts to lose control of its people, we start to see things like what the Gray State movie was going to depict. Eric, I don't know if you want to take...
Well,
Eric.
I agree. If you're pretty well versed on the New World Order and what's going on here, it wasn't a lot of new stuff, but I do know that you know, what's heading our way and what's coming from the generals in the armed forces who are taking early retirement, leaving the country, that's a pretty big topic to be covering. And I know he was talking about that too. And when you have 3 and 4 star generals taking early leave and then retirement, leaving the country, you know, that's indicating something big to me. That was the biggest flag I saw.
Have you guys seen any proof that he's guilty?
No,
I have not either.
Other than what they came out and said initially. I mean, and the number of people that are doing their best to persuade others that there's nothing to see here, folks, just move along. That's a major red flag to me. I mean, I don't believe for one second that this man of great character and phenomenal drive just snapped and killed himself and his family because allegedly he had no money and his project was going nowhere. I don't believe people like David Crowley killed themselves over being broke. I think people like David Crowley are incredibly resourceful and they thrive on challenges. They don't give up. And, you know, some of these friends who are openly supporting the mainstream media's assessment of Crowley, most of them were unfriended by Crowley in the fall when he discovered they were really conspiracy shills. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know this either. And he saw them for what they were and wanted nothing to do with them anymore. So that needs to factor into everything too. And I just don't believe an artist kills himself just before a major product is about to be released. I mean, he's just about to get this project released that he put his blood, sweat, and tears into, and then he kills himself. It makes absolutely no sense to me.
Not to mention kill his family as well.
Exactly.
Well, okay. Well, then what type of proof would you need to be convinced that he's guilty?
What type of proof that he did in fact kill his family and then himself?
Yes.
Well, personally, it would take. I know what it would. You know, it's going to take a lot more than a medical examiner report. You know, for sure. I mean, we've definitely seen